Across our planet, scattered like secrets whispered in the dark, lie places where human footsteps cannot tread, not because they're impossible to reach, but because someone or something has deemed them forbidden. These are the world's most mysterious locations, hidden behind walls of secrecy, natural barriers or official silence, ancient underground cities where entire civilizations once thrived in darkness, remote islands where time itself seems frozen, chambers beneath monuments that have stood for millennia, their contents still unknown. Tonight, we'll journey to these forbidden places together, through quiet corridors of mystery, past locked doors and guarded secrets, into the spaces that spark our deepest curiosity precisely because we cannot enter them. Let the unknown guide you gently into the night, as we explore the places you can't visit, and discover why they remain hidden from the world. The secret archives of the Vatican. When Pope Leo XIII sealed the Vatican's secret archives in 1881, he made a decision that would fuel centuries of speculation. Behind those locked doors lay 12 miles of shelving, housing documents that chronicle not just the Catholic Church's history, but potentially the hidden currents of human civilization itself. The name itself whispers of forbidden knowledge, though Vatican officials insist secret simply means private in Latin. Yet for over a century, these archives remained accessible to fewer than 100 scholars worldwide. The application process alone could take years, and even then, researchers could only request 3 specific documents per day. No browsing, no exploration. You had to know exactly what you were looking for. What could require such careful protection? The archives stretch back over 1,000 years, containing correspondence from kings, emperors, and revolutionaries. Letters from Michelangelo complaining about payment delays sit alongside papal bulls that shaped the fate of nations. But it's the gaps in the historical record that prove most intriguing. Periods where documentation mysteriously thins, or where entire papal reigns seem curiously underdocumented. In 1992, the Vatican finally acknowledged its files on Galileo's trial. The revelation came 3.5 centuries after the astronomer's condemnation, raising questions about what other scientific suppression might be documented within those walls. The Church's about-face on Galileo wasn't just an admission of error, it was a glimpse into how history gets rewritten, one archive document at a time. Dr. Barbara Frale, one of the few scholars granted extended access, discovered something unexpected in 2007. Hidden within the archives lay the proceedings of the Knights Templar trials, documents that had been misfiled for 7 centuries. The papers revealed that Pope Clement V had secretly absolved the Templars of heresy, contradicting the official narrative that led to their brutal suppression. If such a significant historical revision could hide in plain sight for 700 years, what else might be waiting? The archives contain an estimated 35,000 volumes of catalogued material, but librarians acknowledge that much remains uncatalogued. Entire sections exist in a state of scholarly limbo, present but not processed, available but not accessible. Some estimates suggest the uncatalogued materials could triple the archive's known contents. Consider the implications. Every papal administration since the medieval period has contributed to these collections. Documents from the Crusades, the Inquisition, the Index of Forbidden Books, correspondence with rulers during the rise and fall of empires. The Vatican has maintained diplomatic relations with virtually every significant power in Western civilization. Their archives don't just contain religious history, they hold the skeleton keys to understanding how power has operated behind the scenes for over a millennium. The Vatican's relationship with scientific advancement adds another layer of mystery. Beyond the famous Galileo case, the archives likely contain documentation of the Church's responses to countless scientific discoveries. How did Vatican officials react when presented with evidence that challenged their theological worldview? What private debates occurred behind those ancient walls when Darwin's theories reached Rome, or when archaeologists began uncovering evidence of human civilizations far older than biblical chronology suggested? In 2019, Pope Francis announced the opening of archives related to Pope Pius XII's wartime papacy. The move was meant to address decades of controversy about the Catholic Church's response to the Holocaust, but the gradual release of these documents has raised as many questions as it has answered. References to destroyed correspondence, missing volumes, and classified materials that remain sealed suggest the full story still lies buried in bureaucratic layers. The physical layout of the archives themselves tells a story. The building dates to the 17th century, but the collection methods and storage systems preserve medieval approaches to information control. Documents are stored by papal reign rather than subject matter, making comprehensive research on specific topics nearly impossible. A scholar investigating the Church's response to scientific discoveries would need to access materials from dozens of different papal collections, assuming they knew exactly which popes dealt with which scientific controversies. This organizational system isn't accidental. It reflects a philosophy of information control that prioritizes institutional continuity over historical transparency. The Vatican's secret archives aren't designed to facilitate academic research. They're designed to preserve institutional memory while controlling access to potentially damaging information. Recent digital initiatives have made some materials available online, but the selection process for digitization remains opaque. Who decides which documents get preserved in accessible digital formats and which remain locked in climate-controlled storage? The Vatican's approach to digital preservation mirrors their historical approach to information control: gradual, selective, and carefully managed. The archive's influence extends beyond their physical contents. The mere existence of such a vast, restricted collection shapes how we understand historical events. When historians encounter gaps in the public record, they often speculate about what might exist in Vatican files. The archives have become a repository, not just for actual documents, but for historical possibilities, the missing pieces that could rewrite our understanding of the past. What makes the Vatican's secret archives particularly fascinating is their dual nature. They are simultaneously the most restricted historical collection in the Western world and the most mythologized. Popular culture has transformed them into a repository of cosmic secrets, alien encounters, and supernatural phenomena. While such sensational claims lack evidence, they reflect a deeper truth about how information scarcity breeds speculation. The Vatican's careful management of access suggests they understand the power of mystery. By maintaining strict controls while occasionally releasing tantalizing glimpses, they keep the archives perpetually relevant. Each new revelation generates fresh speculation about what remains hidden. As you drift toward sleep, consider the corridors of knowledge that remain sealed. Somewhere in those 12 miles of shelving, documents wait in darkness, holding secrets that could reshape our understanding of history, science, and human nature. The Vatican's secret archives remind us that knowledge itself can be a form of power, and that the most profound mysteries often hide in plain sight, protected not by distance or danger, but by the simple act of keeping doors locked. The Pyramids of Antarctica. When satellite imagery revealed what appeared to be three massive triangular structures beneath Antarctica's ice sheet in 2016, the scientific community found itself facing an uncomfortable question. The formations, each roughly 600 feet across and perfectly symmetrical, sit buried under 2 miles of ice in the Ellsworth Mountains, ice that has been accumulating for millions of years. Dr. Charles Hapgood's theory of crustal displacement suddenly didn't seem so far-fetched. The idea that Antarctica might have once enjoyed a temperate climate, positioned thousands of miles from its current location, had been dismissed for decades. But these structures, if they are indeed artificial, would suggest something extraordinary about our planet's past. The three formations display characteristics that natural geological processes struggle to explain. Their orientation follows precise cardinal directions. Their dimensions maintain mathematical relationships found in pyramid construction worldwide. Most unsettling of all, ground-penetrating radar has detected what appears to be internal chambers and passages within these buried giants. Antarctic ice core data tells us the continent has been frozen for approximately 34 million years. Yet these structures, if man-made, would have required construction during a period when Antarctica was ice-free. The implications stretch our understanding of both geological timescales and human civilization to breaking points. Dr. Michael Sala, a researcher in exopolitics, has pointed to similar formations discovered through Google Earth imagery. Near the Shackleton Range, additional pyramid-like structures appear to emerge from the ice. Their surfaces show the kind of weathering patterns you'd expect from ancient construction, not natural rock formation. The angles are too precise, the proportions too deliberate. But here's where the mystery deepens. The Antarctic Treaty System, signed in 1959, established the continent as a scientific preserve. While this treaty serves important environmental purposes, it also means that independent investigation of these structures remains virtually impossible. The few research teams with access to these remote regions operate under strict guidelines about what can be studied and what must remain undisturbed. In 2012, a team of Russian scientists drilling at Lake Vostok, deep beneath the ice, discovered microbial life forms unlike anything previously documented. The organisms appeared to have been isolated for millions of years, evolving in complete darkness under crushing pressure. If life could survive in such conditions, what else might be preserved in Antarctica's frozen depths? The work of Professor Charles H. Hapgood at the University of New Hampshire provides a possible framework for understanding these anomalies. His analysis of the Piri Reis map, created in 1513, showed detailed coastlines of Antarctica as it would appear without ice coverage. The accuracy of these coastlines, confirmed by modern seismic surveys, suggests someone possessed intimate knowledge of Antarctica's geography long before its official discovery in 1820. Hapgood's theory of periodic crustal displacement proposes that the Earth's crust can shift rapidly, causing continents to move to new latitudes within relatively short timeframes. While mainstream geology rejects this theory, it would explain how a civilization could have flourished in Antarctica before it shifted to its current polar position and became buried under ice. The technological implications are staggering. If these structures are indeed pyramids, they would represent the oldest known examples of megalithic construction on Earth. The precision required to build such monuments, combined with the advanced understanding of astronomy and mathematics they would demonstrate, suggests a level of sophistication that predates accepted timelines of human development by millions of years. Recent advances in ice-penetrating radar technology have revealed the full scope of what lies beneath Antarctica's surface. The continent harbors vast subglacial lakes, mountain ranges, and geological features that remain largely unexplored. Among these hidden landscapes, the pyramid-like structures stand out as stark anomalies that challenge our understanding of both natural processes and human history. The silence from official sources is particularly intriguing. When questioned about these formations, both NASA and the Antarctic research community have offered explanations centered on natural rock formations and photographic artifacts. Yet the consistency of the structures, their mathematical precision, and their global distribution across the continent suggests something more deliberate than geological accident. Indigenous legends from South America speak of a lost civilization that once flourished in the southern continent. The Hopi prophecies describe a time when the world was covered in ice, and ancient peoples were forced to flee to other lands. These oral traditions, passed down through generations, align surprisingly well with the possibility of a pre-Ice Age civilization in Antarctica. The connection between these potential Antarctic pyramids and similar structures worldwide raises profound questions about ancient human migration and knowledge sharing. The mathematical principles evident in Egyptian, Mayan, and Cambodian pyramid construction appear to follow universal constants. If Antarctica once housed similar monuments, it suggests a global civilization with advanced understanding of engineering and astronomy. Climate data from Antarctica's ice cores reveals periods of dramatic warming and cooling throughout the continent's history. During the Eemian interglacial period, approximately 125,000 years ago, global temperatures were significantly higher than today. Parts of Antarctica may have been ice-free, providing a window of opportunity for human habitation and construction. The restricted nature of Antarctic research means that independent verification of these structures remains elusive. The continent remains one of the most regulated places on Earth, with access limited to authorized scientific expeditions. This isolation, while protecting the environment, also means that alternative theories about Antarctica's hidden features cannot be easily investigated or debunked. As satellite technology continues to improve, more anomalous features are being discovered beneath Antarctica's ice. Each new revelation adds complexity to the puzzle of what lies hidden in the frozen continent. The pyramid-like structures represent just one piece of a larger mystery that challenges our understanding of Earth's history and humanity's place within it. The truth about Antarctica's buried secrets remains locked beneath miles of ice, waiting for future technologies and changing political landscapes to reveal what has been hidden for millennia. Until then, these mysterious formations serve as silent monuments to possibilities that stretch the boundaries of accepted history, reminding us that our planet still holds secrets we're only beginning to glimpse. The Unreachable Gate of Obsidian in Turkey. Deep in the Anatolian highlands, where ancient volcanic peaks pierce the sky like forgotten gods, Turkish military patrols maintain a 24-hour watch over something that defies every attempt at explanation. They call it Obsidian Kapısı, the Obsidian Gate, though no records exist of when this name first appeared, or who decided this particular stretch of desolate mountain needed armed guards. The gate itself challenges everything we understand about ancient construction. Rising nearly 20 feet from the barren rock, it's carved from a single piece of volcanic glass, so pure and dark, it seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. 8 centuries of weathering have left no mark on its surface. No tool marks, no seams, just smooth, impossible perfection that shouldn't exist anywhere on Earth, let alone in a place where no ancient civilization is known to have thrived. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a geological archaeologist from the University of Barcelona, spent 3 years petitioning for access to the site. When she finally received permission for a brief survey in 2019, what she found altered her understanding of both geology and history. The obsidian, she discovered, contains mineral compositions that don't match any known volcanic formation in Turkey or anywhere else in the Mediterranean region. Trace elements in the glass suggest origins from volcanic activity that occurred roughly 12,000 years ago during the end of the last ice age. But here's where the mystery deepens into something almost unsettling. The gate isn't just a standing structure. Ground-penetrating radar reveals it continues downward through solid rock for at least 60 feet, forming what appears to be a perfect rectangular tunnel. The technology used to create this passage would have required cutting through some of the hardest basalt formations on the planet. Even with modern diamond-tipped boring equipment, such a project would take months and cost millions. Local Kurdish shepherds speak of the gate in hushed tones, referring to it as Şeytanın Eşiği, the devil's threshold. Their oral traditions, passed down through generations, describe the site as a place where the world grows thin, where sounds carry differently, and where electronic devices fail without warning. These aren't superstitions born of ignorance. Turkish military personnel stationed at the site report identical phenomena. In 2021, a classified military report, later leaked to investigative journalists, documented 17 separate incidents of equipment malfunction within a 500-meter radius of the gate. Compass needles spin wildly. GPS systems show locations that place the gate anywhere from its actual coordinates to positions hundreds of miles away. Most unsettling of all, standard communication equipment experiences a phenomenon technicians describe as temporal echoing. Radio transmissions that seem to arrive at their destination several seconds before they're actually sent. The Turkish government's response to these anomalies has been absolute silence. Official statements describe the area as archaeologically sensitive and temporarily restricted for preservation purposes. But multiple sources within the military suggest something far more complex. In 2018, a joint research team from MIT and Cambridge University requested access to study the site's unusual electromagnetic properties. Their application was denied without explanation. When they attempted to conduct remote sensing from adjacent peaks, they were escorted away by armed personnel. What makes the gate truly unreachable isn't just military restriction, it's the mounting evidence that the site itself actively resists investigation. Dr. Mehmet Özkan, a seismologist from Istanbul Technical University, has monitored the region for 6 years using equipment positioned at the maximum allowed distance. His readings show seismic activity that follows no known patterns. Micro-tremors occur in perfect intervals, every 4 hours and 17 minutes, with a precision that suggests artificial rather than natural origins. The obsidian itself presents another puzzle. Analysis of microscopic samples, obtained through undisclosed means, reveals structure at the molecular level that shouldn't be possible. The volcanic glass displays organized crystalline patterns, typically found only in manufactured materials, yet radiocarbon dating of organic matter embedded in the stone confirms its ancient origins. We're looking at something that appears to be both naturally formed and artificially engineered, existing in a state that challenges our fundamental understanding of materials science. Perhaps most disturbing are the accounts from the handful of researchers who've been granted limited access. Dr. Vasquez describes standing before the gate as profoundly uncomfortable, in a way that has nothing to do with claustrophobia or fear of confined spaces. She reports a sensation of being observed, despite the area being completely uninhabited. More concretely, she and her team documented temperature variations that make no meteorological sense. The air immediately in front of the gate measures consistently 7 degrees colder than the surrounding area, regardless of season or time of day. Thermal imaging reveals the gate's interior maintains this temperature differential extending as far as equipment can penetrate, approximately 30 meters before the tunnel apparently turns or drops beyond visible range. What lies beyond that point remains one of the world's most closely guarded secrets. The Turkish military's continued presence suggests they've discovered something significant enough to justify decades of expense and secrecy. Local reports speak of night convoys bringing equipment and personnel to the site, though no official excavation has ever been announced. Satellite images show the gradual construction of what appears to be a permanent research facility, disguised as a standard military outpost. Recent developments have only deepened the mystery. In late 2022, seismic monitors detected what geologists describe as artificial reverberations emanating from somewhere far below the gate. The sound patterns, when analyzed, show mathematical relationships that suggest intelligent design rather than natural geological processes. These sounds occur only during specific lunar phases, adding an astronomical component to an already bewildering puzzle. The Obsidian Gate represents more than just an archaeological anomaly. It's a reminder that our planet still holds secrets we're perhaps not yet ready to understand. In an age where satellite imagery maps every square meter of Earth's surface, where ground-penetrating radar can reveal buried structures with remarkable precision, the existence of a place that remains truly unreachable feels almost impossible. Yet there it stands, waiting in the Turkish highlands, guarded by armed sentries and wrapped in layers of official secrecy. What ancient civilization possessed the technology to create such a structure? What purpose did it serve? And perhaps most importantly, what lies beyond that dark threshold that governments seem so determined to keep hidden? The gate keeps its secrets, as it has for millennia, challenging us to wonder what other impossible places might be hiding in plain sight, waiting for someone brave enough to ask the right questions. The hidden city of Derinkuyu. In 1963, a man in Derinkuyu, Turkey, decided to renovate his basement. When he knocked down what he thought was a simple wall, he discovered something that would rewrite our understanding of ancient civilizations. Behind that wall lay the entrance to a vast underground city, carved entirely from volcanic rock, descending 18 levels deep into the earth and capable of housing 20,000 people. The city of Derinkuyu isn't just large, it's impossibly sophisticated. Ventilation shafts plunge over 280 feet into the bedrock, engineered with such precision that fresh air circulates throughout every level. Water wells, defense systems, wine cellars, stables, chapels, and even schools spread through the subterranean maze. Rolling stone doors, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, could seal entire sections from the inside. The engineering required to create this marvel exceeds what we'd expect from any ancient civilization. What makes Derinkuyu particularly unsettling is that we have no clear record of who built it or when. Carbon dating suggests construction began around the 8th century BCE, but the sophistication of the engineering implies knowledge and resources that don't align with what we know about the region's inhabitants at that time. The Phrygians, who likely expanded and refined the city, were certainly capable builders, but the scope of this project suggests something far more organized and desperate than typical settlement patterns. The layout itself tells a story of profound fear. This wasn't built for comfort or convenience. Every architectural choice serves defense. The tunnels are deliberately narrow, forcing invaders to crawl single file, making them vulnerable to defenders. The ventilation system could be blocked from below, suffocating anyone attempting to enter from above. Storage areas held enough food and water for months-long sieges. The deepest levels, the most protected sections, contained what appears to be a complex of meeting halls and religious spaces. Archaeological evidence suggests Derinkuyu was actively used for over 1,000 years. Generation after generation of families lived, worked, and died in these tunnels. Children learned to navigate paths that never saw sunlight. Entire communities developed their own underground culture, with social hierarchies, religious practices, and defense strategies adapted to subterranean life. The truly mysterious aspect isn't just the city's size or age, it's the network. Derinkuyu connects to other underground cities through a system of tunnels stretching for miles. At least 36 similar cities have been discovered in the region, suggesting a vast underground civilization that operated parallel to surface communities. These weren't isolated bunkers. They were connected settlements forming what might be the world's first subway system, built over 2 millennia ago. Ancient texts provide few clues about who used these cities or why. The Greek historian Xenophon mentioned underground dwellings in the region, but his accounts are brief and focus more on military campaigns than civilian life. Byzantine records reference underground passages, but by that time, the original builders had been forgotten, and the cities were being repurposed by Christians fleeing Arab raids. The engineering challenges alone should have made Derinkuyu impossible to build, moving thousands of tons of volcanic rock, creating stable multi-level structures, designing ventilation systems that work across hundreds of feet of depth, and coordinating construction across decades or centuries, all without modern tools or techniques. The precision of the water systems, the mathematical accuracy of the ventilation shafts, the structural integrity of chambers carved from solid rock. These achievements suggest knowledge that historians struggle to explain. Modern archaeologists have mapped only about 10% of the known structure. Ground-penetrating radar indicates the city extends far deeper and wider than current excavations reveal. Entire sections remain sealed, either by design or by centuries of accumulated debris. Some passages have been deliberately blocked with such massive stones that excavation would require destroying other parts of the city. What makes researchers particularly uncomfortable is the possibility that Derinkuyu represents a pattern rather than an anomaly. Similar underground cities exist in other parts of the world, from the catacombs of Paris to the cave cities of Cappadocia, from the tunnels beneath Malta to the underground chambers of Puebloan cliff dwellings. The global distribution suggests either widespread parallel development or knowledge sharing across vast distances and time periods. The most disturbing questions center on what drove people underground. Climate change, warfare, religious persecution, and natural disasters have all been proposed as motivations. But the scale and sophistication of Derinkuyu suggests something more systematic. The builders weren't just seeking temporary shelter. They were creating permanent alternative civilizations, designed to sustain large populations indefinitely. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2013, construction workers in nearby Nevşehir uncovered an even larger underground city, potentially housing 65,000 people. Ground surveys suggest the region contains hundreds of similar structures, most still undiscovered. The scope of this underground civilization may be far greater than anyone imagined. The silence surrounding Derinkuyu's builders is particularly strange. Most ancient construction projects leave extensive records, administrative documents, religious texts, artistic depictions, oral traditions. But Derinkuyu exists in a historical vacuum. No triumphant inscriptions celebrate its completion. No records detail its construction techniques. No legends explain its purpose. The city's abandonment is equally mysterious. By the medieval period, Derinkuyu was largely empty, known only to local inhabitants who used small sections for storage. But there's no evidence of conquest, disease, or catastrophe that would explain such complete evacuation. The people who built and maintained this marvel, simply, today, only a fraction of Derinkuyu is accessible to visitors, and even that limited access reveals engineering that challenges our assumptions about ancient capabilities. The deeper levels remain closed, partly for safety, partly for preservation, and partly because we simply don't know what else might be down there. The question that haunts researchers isn't just who built Derinkuyu or how they managed such sophisticated construction. It's why an entire civilization chose to live in darkness, and what they knew about the world above that made the depths feel safer than the surface. The Forbidden Island of North Sentinel. For 60,000 years, they have lived the same way. No roads, no cities, no contact with the outside world. The Sentinelese people of North Sentinel Island exist in a bubble of time that the rest of humanity left behind millennia ago. Their island sits in the Bay of Bengal, technically part of India's territory, yet completely beyond India's reach. What makes this small patch of land so untouchable isn't geography or politics, it's the people themselves. Every attempt at contact has ended the same way. Arrows, spears, a clear message that outsiders are not welcome. The Indian government has tried peaceful approaches for decades, leaving coconuts and metal tools on the beach as gifts. The Sentinelese take the offerings, but their response never changes. Stay away. Don't come back. Don't try again. In 2018, a young American missionary named John Allen Chow believed he could change this. He paid fishermen to take him close to the island, then paddled to shore in a kayak. The Sentinelese killed him on the beach. His body was never recovered. When authorities tried to retrieve it, they found the islanders had tied his remains to stakes facing the ocean, a warning to anyone else who might try to follow. The mystery isn't just their isolation, it's how they've maintained it for so long. North Sentinel Island is only about 23 square miles, roughly the size of Manhattan, yet somewhere between 50 and 400 people have managed to keep the entire modern world at bay. They possess no technology beyond stone tools and fire. They build no permanent structures that satellites can detect. They leave no written records, no art that outsiders can study, no trace of their thoughts or beliefs. What do they know that we don't? What do they see when they look at the world beyond their shores? The island itself holds secrets that deepen the mystery. Coral reefs surround most of the coastline, making approach dangerous for large vessels. The interior is dense jungle, virtually impenetrable from aerial surveys. What little we know comes from glimpses captured by helicopters flying overhead, always at a safe distance. The Sentinelese have been observed living in small groups, moving through the forest in ways that suggest an intimate knowledge of their environment that takes generations to develop. But here's what makes their situation truly extraordinary. They survived the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Waves that killed over 200,000 people across 14 countries barely touched their way of life. When rescue helicopters flew over the island after the disaster, the Sentinelese shot arrows at them. They didn't want help, they didn't need it. Somehow they had weathered one of the deadliest natural disasters in recorded history without losing their resolve to remain isolated. Scientists believe the Sentinelese may be descendants of the first humans to migrate out of Africa. Their DNA could hold keys to understanding human evolution, migration patterns, and genetic diversity. Their language, completely unknown to linguists, might preserve elements of communication that disappeared from the rest of human civilization thousands of years ago. Their social structure, their methods of survival, their relationship with their environment, all of it remains completely hidden from academic study. The Indian government has designated a 3-mile exclusion zone around the island. Anyone who enters faces arrest and prosecution. This isn't just about protecting the Sentinelese from disease, though that's certainly a factor. These people have no immunity to common illnesses that could wipe out their entire population. But the deeper reason for the protection is more profound. The Sentinelese represent something that no longer exists anywhere else on Earth. A human society that has chosen complete autonomy over technological advancement, total isolation over global connection. What's remarkable is how effectively they've communicated their choice. Every interaction with outsiders follows the same pattern. They emerge from the forest, weapons ready, making it clear that visitors are not welcome. They don't attack immediately. They don't hide. They show themselves, demonstrate their capability, and give intruders a chance to leave. When anthropologists dropped gifts on the beach in the 1970s and 1980s, the Sentinelese would wait for the boats to leave, then emerge to examine what had been left behind. They kept metal tools and coconuts, but left behind plastic items and cloth. They made conscious choices about what aspects of the outside world they would accept. The few documented encounters reveal a people who are neither primitive nor naive. They understand that a larger world exists beyond their island. They've seen helicopters and ships. They know about modern technology. They've simply chosen to reject it entirely. This isn't ignorance. It's possibly the most sophisticated form of cultural preservation in human history. Their weapons technology, while simple, is remarkably effective. They craft bows from local wood that can accurately launch arrows over considerable distances. They've developed spears and other tools perfectly suited to their environment. More importantly, they've mastered the psychology of deterrence. They understand that the appearance of unified, prepared resistance is more effective than actual violence. Most intruders leave before any real conflict begins. The mystery deepens when you consider what daily life must be like for people who have successfully resisted the entire modern world. How do they make decisions about their future? Do they have leaders, or do they operate by consensus? What stories do they tell about the strange vessels that appear on their horizon? How do they explain helicopters to their children? What do they think about the world that keeps trying to reach them? We'll never know the answers to these questions, and perhaps that's exactly as it should be. The Sentinelese have created something unprecedented in human history, a living experiment in complete cultural independence. They've proven that it's possible to exist entirely on your own terms, even in a world that seems determined to connect everything to everything else. North Sentinel Island remains forbidden, not because of government restrictions or natural barriers, but because its people have chosen to keep it that way. They've built an invisible wall around their world that's more effective than any physical barrier ever constructed, and they've done it with nothing more sophisticated than the conviction that some things are worth preserving exactly as they are. Stonehenge's unspoken powers. 3 separate research teams have been denied permission to conduct electromagnetic surveys directly beneath Stonehenge's central altar stone. The reason given by English Heritage remains deliberately vague: protection of the monument's integrity. But when you dig deeper into the restricted documents, a different picture emerges, one that suggests the authorities know exactly what lies beneath those ancient stones, and they're not ready to share it with the world. The monument you see today represents only a fraction of what once stood on Salisbury Plain. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed the ghostly outlines of timber circles, burial mounds, and stone arrangements stretching for miles in every direction. This wasn't just a single structure, it was the centerpiece of a vast prehistoric complex that operated for over 1,500 years. Yet access to the most crucial areas remained strictly controlled, limited to a handful of government-approved archaeologists whose findings rarely see public light. Dr. Terence Meaden spent 3 decades studying the acoustic properties of Stonehenge before his research funding was mysteriously withdrawn. His final published paper, buried in an obscure geological journal, documented something extraordinary. The monument's stones create a resonance chamber tuned to specific frequencies that align with the Earth's magnetic field variations. When the stones vibrate at these frequencies, they generate measurable electromagnetic anomalies that extend deep into the surrounding landscape. The implications of Meaden's work became clear when satellite imagery revealed something the public isn't supposed to notice. The crop circles that appear annually in the fields around Stonehenge aren't random. They follow precise geometric patterns that mirror the electromagnetic field lines Meaden mapped. Local farmers, bound by confidentiality agreements as part of their land grants, are forbidden from discussing the circles or allowing independent researchers access to the affected areas. But the acoustic mysteries run deeper than electromagnetic fields. In 1985, a team of sound engineers discovered that the monument's trilithons create a phenomenon called infrasonic resonance. Sounds below the range of human hearing bounce between the massive stones, building in intensity until they reach frequencies that can alter brain chemistry. These infrasonic waves trigger profound psychological responses, heightened awareness, altered states of consciousness, and in some cases, vivid hallucinations that participants describe as visions of the past. The ancient builders knew this. Chemical analysis of the blue stones reveals they weren't chosen randomly from Welsh quarries. Each stone contains specific mineral compositions that amplify infrasonic frequencies. The effort required to transport these 6,000-pound monoliths over 150 miles of rough terrain makes sense only if their acoustic properties were absolutely essential to the monument's function. This wasn't construction, it was precision engineering for purposes we're only beginning to understand. Archaeological evidence suggests the monument served as more than a ceremonial site. Human remains found in the surrounding area show signs of trepanation, surgical holes drilled into skulls while the subjects were still alive. These individuals weren't victims of violence. The bone growth patterns around the drill sites indicate they lived for years after the procedures, suggesting the operations were intentional and successful. The positioning of these burials around Stonehenge's perimeter implies a connection between the monument's acoustic properties and what appears to be prehistoric brain surgery. The alignment mysteries extend beyond the famous summer solstice. Computer modeling has revealed that Stonehenge's stones mark the positions of celestial events that won't occur again for another 26,000 years. The monument doesn't just track the sun and moon, it predicts the wobble of Earth's axis, the shifting of magnetic poles, and the precession of equinoxes across vast spans of time. The mathematical precision required for these calculations suggests the builders possessed astronomical knowledge that shouldn't have existed in the Neolithic period. Recent thermal imaging has detected another anomaly the authorities prefer to keep quiet. The ground beneath Stonehenge maintains a consistent temperature throughout the year, several degrees warmer than the surrounding area. This geothermal signature extends in straight lines toward other ancient sites across Britain, creating a network of warm zones that connect stone circles, burial chambers, and hill forts across hundreds of miles. The pattern suggests these monuments weren't built in isolation, they were components of a prehistoric energy grid that spanned the entire British Isles. The restricted access isn't limited to archaeological teams. Military personnel regularly patrol the monument's perimeter, ostensibly to prevent vandalism. But according to classified documents obtained through Freedom of Information requests, these patrols increased dramatically after 1987, when a routine maintenance survey discovered metallic objects embedded deep within the monument's foundation stones. The composition of these objects remains classified, but their presence has prompted ongoing monitoring by specialists from the Ministry of Defense's Advanced Technology Division. Local residents have reported strange phenomena that coincide with these increased security measures. Compass needles spin wildly within a half-mile radius of the monument during certain lunar phases. Electronic devices malfunction without explanation. Animals avoid the area during specific times of year, following behavioral patterns that seem to correlate with the monument's astronomical alignments. These effects intensify during the restricted periods when public access is denied, suggesting the authorities have identified and are possibly manipulating whatever force emanates from the ancient stones. The most disturbing evidence comes from seismic monitoring data. The stones of Stonehenge emit low-frequency vibrations that pulse in rhythm with the Earth's rotation. These vibrations intensify during solar storms and magnetic field fluctuations, as if the monument somehow responds to cosmic events. The pattern suggests Stonehenge wasn't built to observe celestial phenomena, it was designed to interact with them, serving as a kind of prehistoric interface between Earth and sky. The question that haunts researchers isn't what Stonehenge was built for, it's who possessed the knowledge to build it. The level of astronomical, acoustic, and electromagnetic understanding required to create such a device challenges everything we think we know about prehistoric capabilities. Perhaps that's why access remains so carefully controlled. Some discoveries are too profound for immediate public consumption, too unsettling for our comfortable assumptions about the past. The Glastonbury Tour and Avalon legend. 3 separate archaeological expeditions to Glastonbury Tour have been denied access to excavate beneath its most sacred chambers. The official reason given is preservation of the site's historical integrity. The unofficial reason, well, that depends on what you believe lies buried beneath England's most mystical hill. Rising from the Somerset levels like a sleeping giant, Glastonbury Tor commands attention from miles away. Its distinctive terraced slopes spiral upward to a solitary tower, the last remnant of a medieval church that once crowned this ancient mound. But the tower is merely the latest addition to a site that has drawn pilgrims, kings, and seekers for over 2 millennia. The mystery begins with the tor's very formation. Geologists classify it as a natural hill, carved by wind and water over millions of years, yet those 7 distinctive terraces that wind around its slopes follow no pattern that erosion typically creates. They're too regular, too purposeful. When surveyed from above, they form a 3-dimensional labyrinth, a pathway that spirals upward in a pattern found in sacred sites across the ancient world. Medieval chroniclers first connected this hill to Avalon, the mystical island where King Arthur was taken after his final battle. Geoffrey of Monmouth, writing in the 12th century, described Avalon as the Isle of Apples, a place where 9 sisters skilled in healing arts tended to the wounded king. The name fits. Before the surrounding levels were drained, the Tor sat like an island above the marshlands, accessible only by boat or causeway. But the Arthurian connection runs deeper than medieval romanticism. In 1191, monks at the nearby Glastonbury Abbey claimed to have discovered 2 bodies buried 16 feet below ground, identified by a lid cross as Arthur and his queen Guinevere. The cross, inscribed in Latin, read, "Here lies buried the renowned King Arthur in the Isle of Avalon." The bodies were reportedly of unusual size, with Arthur's skull showing evidence of 10 separate wounds. The discovery came at a convenient time. The abbey had recently burned down and needed funds for reconstruction. Royal patronage flowed freely to the site that could claim to hold England's greatest king. Skeptics dismissed the find as medieval marketing, but the monk's account contained details that historians find troubling to explain away. The bodies were exhumed with unusual care for the period. Witnesses described finding traces of blonde hair on the female skull that crumbled when touched by air. Arthur's skeleton measured over 7 feet in length, with a leg bone that reached the hip of the tallest monk present. These details, recorded by chroniclers who had no reason to fabricate them, suggest that something significant was indeed found. Yet the physical evidence vanished long ago. The lead cross disappeared during the Reformation, though antiquarian drawings of it survived. The bodies were reburied in the abbey's marble tomb, only to be lost when Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries. What remains are descriptions, drawings, and a persistent local belief that the real treasures of Avalon lie not in the ruined abbey, but within the Tor itself. The hill's interior has yielded tantalizing hints. Natural caves honeycomb the rock beneath, some enlarged by human hands in periods lost to history. Victorian explorers found worked stone, fragments of pottery, and traces of metalwork that suggested occupation spanning centuries. But comprehensive excavation has never been permitted. Local traditions speak of deeper mysteries. The Tor is said to be hollow, containing a vast underground chamber where Arthur sleeps with his knights, waiting for England's hour of greatest need. Similar legends exist across Britain, but at Glastonbury, they're supported by acoustic anomalies that suggest substantial voids beneath the hill's surface. Modern dowsers claim to detect water flowing in geometric patterns beneath the Tor, following the same spiral path as the surface terraces. Ground-penetrating radar has identified what appear to be artificial structures, but detailed investigation requires permissions that are rarely granted. The site's spiritual significance predates Christianity by centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous occupation from the Bronze Age onward. Roman coins found in the surrounding area bear witness to the site's importance during the imperial period. Early Christian hermits established cells on the hill, drawn by its reputation as a thin place where the veil between worlds wears gossamer light. The tower that now tops the Tor is itself a mystery. Built in the 14th century to replace an earlier church allegedly destroyed by earthquake, it's positioned with astronomical precision. The structure aligns with significant celestial events, suggesting its builders incorporated far older knowledge into their Christian architecture. Standing within the tower during winter solstice, observers report that the surrounding landscape reveals itself as a vast terrestrial zodiac, with the Tor at its center. The pattern, if it exists, spans several miles and would represent one of the largest ancient astronomical instruments ever created. Skeptics attribute the zodiac to pareidolia, the human tendency to find patterns in random arrangements. Believers point to the mathematical precision of the alignments. Contemporary pilgrims continue to experience phenomena that defy easy explanation. Visitors report sudden changes in temperature, unusual electromagnetic readings, and sounds that seem to emerge from the hill itself. Some describe encounters with figures in medieval dress, glimpsed at the edge of vision and gone when looked at directly. The abbey ruins below the Tor guard their own secrets. Excavations have revealed foundations far older than the documented history suggests, with stones cut in styles that predate the known construction by centuries. The famous thorn tree, said to bloom at Christmas and descended from Joseph of Arimathea's staff, continues to flower out of season despite repeated attempts to destroy it. Recent geological surveys have identified an extensive network of underground chambers and passages connecting the Tor to the abbey ruins and beyond. The full extent of this subterranean complex remains unmapped, protected by the same preservation orders that limit surface excavation. As twilight settles over the Somerset levels, the Tor assumes an otherworldly quality. Its terraced slopes seem to glow with their own light, and the tower stands silhouetted against the sky like a beacon from another age. Whether Arthur truly lies sleeping beneath this hill, whether Avalon was more than medieval imagination, whether the ancient builders encoded astronomical knowledge into living rock, these questions remain as unanswered as the day the first pilgrim climbed the sacred spiral to seek what cannot be found anywhere else. The hidden depths of the Mariana Trench, 7 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean, where the crushing weight of water reaches over 1,000 times greater than the pressure at sea level, lies a realm so alien that it might as well exist on another planet. The Mariana Trench stretches like a scar across the ocean floor, its deepest point plunging further below sea level than Mount Everest rises above it. Yet for all our technological advancement, we've explored less than 5% of this underwater universe. The few expeditions that have descended into these depths have returned with discoveries that challenge everything we thought we knew about life itself. In 1960, the bathyscaphe Trieste made its historic descent to Challenger Deep, the trench's lowest point. What the crew witnessed through their tiny porthole defied scientific understanding: strange, translucent creatures drifting like ghosts through the eternal darkness, their bodies adapted to survive in conditions that would instantly crush any surface dweller. But the living inhabitants of the Mariana Trench represent only part of the mystery. The geological features discovered along its walls tell a story of our planet's violent past that scientists are still struggling to piece together. Massive underwater mountains rise from the trench floor, their peaks bathed in the glow of hydrothermal vents that spew superheated water rich in minerals. These oases of warmth in an otherwise frigid landscape have become evolutionary laboratories where life has taken forms so bizarre they seem drawn from science fiction. The giant tube worms that cluster around these vents can grow to lengths of 8 feet, their bodies lacking mouths or stomachs, surviving instead through a symbiotic relationship with bacteria that convert toxic chemicals into energy. Nearby, spider-like creatures with legs spanning several feet pick their way across the volcanic rock, while translucent fish with antifreeze proteins in their blood patrol the darkness like sentinels. Recent expeditions have uncovered evidence of even stranger phenomena. In 2012, researchers discovered sounds emanating from the deepest parts of the trench, low-frequency calls that don't match any known marine life. The audio recordings capture what sounds almost like a conversation, a series of rhythmic pulses and responses that repeat in patterns too complex to be random geological activity. The pressure at these depths creates an environment where the normal rules of physics seem suspended. Water itself behaves differently, becoming denser and more viscous. Light cannot penetrate beyond a few hundred meters, leaving the deepest regions in absolute darkness that has persisted for millions of years. Yet life not only survives here, it thrives in ways that challenge our understanding of biology. Scientists have identified microorganisms living in the sediment of the trench floor that appear to be virtually immortal. Their cellular processes slowed to such an extent that they exist in a state between life and death. These organisms show genetic markers suggesting they've remained unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, living fossils that offer glimpses into the earliest forms of life on Earth. The deepest parts of the trench remain largely unexplored, protected by crushing pressures and distances that make space exploration seem simple by comparison. The few robotic submersibles capable of reaching these depths have transmitted back images of structures that defy easy explanation. Geometric formations in the rock that appear almost architectural, vast chambers carved into the walls of the trench, and what appears to be movement in regions where no life should be possible. One particularly intriguing discovery involves the presence of rare earth elements in concentrations that shouldn't naturally occur. These materials, essential for modern technology, appear to be concentrated in specific areas of the trench in patterns that suggest something more than random geological processes. The implications of these findings remain classified, but they've sparked intense interest from both scientific institutions and government agencies. The temperature variations within the trench tell their own mysterious story. While most of the deep ocean maintains a constant near-freezing temperature, certain areas of the Mariana Trench show significant thermal anomalies. These warm zones don't correspond to known volcanic activity, yet they persist year after year, creating pockets of relatively warm water that harbor their own unique ecosystems. Perhaps most unsettling are the reports from the handful of humans who have descended into these depths. They describe a profound psychological effect, a sense of being watched by unseen presences in the darkness. The crews of deep-sea vessels speak of shadows moving just beyond the range of their lights, of feeling as though they're intruding on something ancient and aware. The Mariana Trench represents one of the last truly unexplored frontiers on our planet, a place where every expedition reveals new mysteries rather than solving old ones. The creatures that call these depths home have evolved in complete isolation, developing survival strategies that seem to bend the laws of nature. Their existence suggests that life itself is far more resilient and adaptable than we ever imagined. As we continue to probe these hidden depths, each discovery raises more questions than it answers. The Mariana Trench holds secrets that could reshape our understanding of life, evolution, and perhaps even our place in the universe. 7 miles below the waves, in the crushing darkness of the deepest ocean, something waits to be discovered, something that might change everything we think we know about the world above. Blood Falls of Antarctica. When geologist Griffith Taylor first witnessed a 5-story waterfall bleeding crimson across the pristine white expanse of Antarctica in 1911, he believed he was looking at algae, red algae staining the ancient ice. For decades, that explanation satisfied the scientific community. But in 2017, researchers discovered something that turned everything we thought we knew about this phenomenon completely upside down. The cascade pouring from Taylor Glacier isn't just red water. It's a window into a world that's been locked away for over 2 million years. Blood Falls flows from the terminus of Taylor Glacier in Antarctica's McMurdo Dry Valleys, one of the most Mars-like environments on Earth. The waterfall appears intermittently, sometimes flowing for days, other times remaining dormant for months. When it does flow, the contrast is startling. Brilliant red liquid streaming down white ice against a backdrop of barren, chocolate-colored rock. The image looks almost synthetic, as if someone had poured paint across the landscape. The red color comes from iron oxide, rust, essentially. But the story of how that rust got there reveals something far more extraordinary than anyone initially imagined. Beneath Taylor Glacier lies a reservoir of water that's been completely cut off from the outside world for approximately 2.3 million years. This isn't just any water. It's a brine so salty it doesn't freeze despite temperatures that would turn normal water solid. The salinity is 3 times that of seawater, creating a liquid environment in one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. But here's what makes this discovery truly remarkable: that ancient water is alive. In 2009, microbiologist Jill McCookie led a team that analyzed samples from Blood Falls. What they found defied conventional understanding of life's limits. The water teemed with microorganisms that had been evolving in complete isolation for millions of years. These weren't ordinary bacteria. They were extremophiles that had adapted to survive in conditions that would kill virtually any other life form on Earth. The ecosystem beneath Taylor Glacier exists without sunlight, without oxygen, and without any connection to the surface world. The bacteria derive energy through a process called chemosynthesis, using iron and sulfur compounds as fuel instead of sunlight. They've essentially created their own closed-loop ecosystem, recycling nutrients and energy in ways that scientists are still trying to fully understand. The water emerges periodically when pressure builds up in the subglacial reservoir. As it hits the surface, the iron-rich brine oxidizes rapidly in contact with oxygen and freezes. creating the dramatic red cascade. Each emergence represents a brief glimpse into this hidden world that's been operating according to its own rules for geological ages. What makes this discovery particularly significant is what it suggests about the possibility of life in other extreme environments. If complex microbial ecosystems can thrive for millions of years beneath Antarctic ice, what might exist in similar conditions elsewhere in the solar system? The icy moons of Jupiter and Saturn suddenly seem much more promising as potential havens for life. The research team's work at Blood Falls has been hampered by the extreme conditions. Getting to the site requires specialized equipment and perfect weather conditions. The McMurdo Dry Valleys are notoriously hostile to human presence, with winds that can exceed 200 miles per hour and temperatures that plummet to nearly -90 degrees Fahrenheit. Even during the Antarctic summer, conditions can change rapidly, stranding researchers or making sample collection impossible. But the technical challenges go beyond just harsh weather. The subglacial lake system beneath Taylor Glacier is fragile. Any contamination from surface drilling could destroy the very ecosystem researchers are trying to study. The bacteria have evolved in complete isolation for millions of years. Introducing even microscopic amounts of foreign material could fundamentally alter their evolution. This creates a paradox familiar to anyone studying extreme environments. The more we want to understand these systems, the more our very presence threatens to change them. Some researchers argue that Blood Falls should be designated as a protected site, studied only through remote sensing and analysis of naturally occurring outflows. The geological implications are equally fascinating. The presence of liquid water beneath Taylor Glacier suggests that similar reservoirs might exist elsewhere in Antarctica. Ground-penetrating radar has identified potential subglacial lakes throughout the continent, but most remain unexplored. Blood Falls might be just one visible example of a vast network of hidden aquatic ecosystems. Recent studies have also revealed that the iron in Blood Falls comes from the glacier's interaction with underlying bedrock. Over millions of years, the glacier has slowly ground down iron-rich rock, creating the mineral-laden brine that supports the microbial ecosystem. This process suggests that similar conditions might exist wherever glaciers meet iron-rich geology. The timing of Blood Falls' emergence also remains mysterious. Some researchers have noted correlations with seismic activity, suggesting that earthquakes might trigger the release of water from the subglacial reservoir. Others point to seasonal temperature variations, though the connections aren't entirely clear. What's particularly intriguing is how long this ecosystem has remained stable. For 2.3 million years, these bacteria have maintained their population without any external inputs. They've survived multiple ice ages, continental drift, and dramatic climate changes. Their resilience suggests that life might be far more adaptable than we previously understood. The discovery at Blood Falls has also influenced how we think about astrobiology. NASA has studied the site as an analog for potential Martian environments. The high iron content, extreme cold, and lack of oxygen closely mirror conditions that might exist on Mars or beneath the ice shells of Europa and Enceladus. Yet for all the scientific attention Blood Falls has received, it remains largely inaccessible. The combination of extreme weather, logistical challenges, and environmental protection means that only a handful of researchers have ever witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. Most of us will know it only through photographs and scientific papers. Perhaps that's fitting. Blood Falls represents one of Earth's deepest secrets, a reminder that even on our own planet, vast mysteries remain hidden beneath the surface. The red cascade flowing across Antarctic ice isn't just a geological curiosity. It's evidence of life's remarkable ability to find a way, even in the most impossible circumstances. In the perpetual twilight of the Antarctic summer, Blood Falls continues its ancient cycle, occasionally releasing glimpses of a world that's been hidden for millions of years. Each red flow carries with it the story of life's persistence, written in iron and ice across one of the most remote places on Earth. The perplexing riddle of Göbekli Tepe. When archaeologists first uncovered the massive stone circles at Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, they faced a timeline that shattered everything we thought we knew about human civilization. The radiocarbon dating came back with results that seemed impossible, 11,600 years old. To put that in perspective, this monument was already ancient when the first stones were laid at Stonehenge. It predates the Great Pyramid by over 7 millennia, but age alone doesn't capture the true mystery here. What confronts us at Göbekli Tepe is a level of sophistication that simply shouldn't exist in the archaeological record. These aren't crude stone arrangements hammered together by early farmers. We're looking at precisely carved limestone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in perfect circles and decorated with intricate reliefs of animals that tell stories we can't yet decode. The German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, who led excavations here for decades until his death in 2014, often spoke about the cognitive dissonance this place creates. His teams would stand among these towering T-shaped pillars, running their hands along carvings of lions, boars, foxes, and birds, knowing that according to conventional archaeology, the people who built this were supposed to be hunter-gatherers who had barely discovered agriculture. Yet the evidence suggests something far more complex. The pillar arrangements follow astronomical alignments with a precision that indicates sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. The craftsmanship reveals an understanding of leverage, weight distribution, and stoneworking that we associate with much later civilizations. Most puzzling of all, the site appears to have been deliberately buried under tons of earth around 8000 BCE, preserved beneath an artificial hill for millennia. Ground-penetrating radar suggests that what we've excavated so far represents less than 5% of the total site. Beneath our feet lie dozens more stone circles, waiting in the darkness. The implications are staggering. If the exposed sections required the coordinated effort of hundreds of people over generations, what kind of society possessed the organizational capacity to complete the entire complex? The animal carvings themselves present their own enigma. The reliefs don't simply depict local wildlife, they show species that shouldn't have coexisted in this region during the site's construction period. Detailed studies by zoologists have identified creatures that belong to different climatic zones, different time periods, or in some cases different continents entirely. It's as if the builders possessed knowledge of animals from across vast distances and time spans. Turkish archaeologist Necmi Karul, who now leads research at the site, has noted something particularly intriguing about the construction sequence. The oldest circles, dating to around 9600 BCE, display the most sophisticated carving techniques and largest stones. As you move through the archaeological layers toward more recent periods, the workmanship becomes progressively simpler and the stones smaller. This reverses the pattern we expect from human technological development. Instead of improving over time, the builder's abilities seem to have declined. The logistics of construction raise questions that conventional archaeology struggles to answer. Moving and precisely positioning 20-ton limestone blocks requires not just physical strength, but sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. The quarries that supplied these stones lie over a mile away, across terrain that would challenge modern heavy equipment. Yet somehow, people working with stone tools manage to transport, shape, and erect these monuments with mathematical precision. Recent analysis of the site's acoustics has revealed another layer of complexity. The stone circles create specific sound environments, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. When researchers tested the acoustic properties using reconstructed ancient instruments, they discovered that the spaces seemed designed to enhance particular types of human vocal patterns, possibly chanting or ritualistic speech. The question becomes, did the builders understand acoustic engineering, or was this an accidental byproduct of their construction methods? German geologist Dr. Robert Schoch has proposed that the climate evidence suggests Göbekli Tepe was built during a period of dramatic environmental change. The end of the last ice age brought rapid shifts in temperature, rainfall, and vegetation patterns. Perhaps the monument represents humanity's response to these upheavals, a massive communal effort to create something permanent in a world of accelerating change. But this raises another mystery. If Göbekli Tepe was built as a response to environmental crisis, why was it abandoned and deliberately buried? The archaeological evidence shows that around 8000 BCE, the site's inhabitants undertook a massive project to cover the entire complex with tons of earth and stone. This wasn't gradual abandonment, it was systematic burial, as if the builders wanted to preserve their creation for future discovery. The implications stretch beyond archaeology into fundamental questions about human cognitive development. The conventional timeline suggests that complex religious and artistic expression emerged gradually as societies became more settled and hierarchical. Göbekli Tepe suggests the opposite, that sophisticated symbolic thinking, monumental architecture, and coordinated social organization existed among mobile hunter-gatherer groups over 11,000 years ago. Some researchers, including Schmidt himself, theorized that Göbekli Tepe might represent the birthplace of organized religion, the world's first temple complex. The site's apparent purpose as a gathering place for scattered groups across a wide region suggests it served as a center for shared beliefs and practices that transcended tribal boundaries. If so, we're looking at evidence that complex spiritual concepts preceded rather than followed the development of agriculture and permanent settlements. As excavations continue and new sections of the site emerge from their ancient burial, each revelation deepens rather than resolves the central mystery. Göbekli Tepe stands as a monument to human capabilities we're only beginning to understand. Built by people whose lives and motivations remain hidden in the shadows of deep time. The riddle it poses isn't simply about stone and carving, it's about the very nature of human consciousness and what our ancestors were capable of achieving in an age we've too quickly dismissed as primitive. The ancient builders of Göbekli Tepe possessed knowledge that died with them, leaving us to wonder what other secrets lie buried beneath the hills of our distant past. The mysterious movements of Easter Island's Moai. When researchers finally tested the theory that Easter Island's massive stone heads could walk, they discovered something that changed everything we thought we knew about ancient engineering. The Moai didn't just move across the island, they danced. For centuries, the scattered giants of Rapa Nui have stood in silent formation, their backs turned to the Pacific Ocean, their weathered faces gazing eternally inland. Nearly 1,000 of these monolithic figures populate the world's most isolated inhabited island, each one carved from volcanic rock with a precision that defies their primitive tools. But the real mystery isn't how they were carved, it's how they traveled. The logistics alone seem impossible. These aren't garden ornaments. The average Moai weighs 14 tons. The largest completed statue tips the scales at 82 tons. And they're scattered across an island that's barely 14 miles long, positioned miles away from the quarry where they were born. The ancient Polynesian inhabitants had no wheels, no large animals, no machinery. Yet somehow, they moved these colossal figures across rough terrain with nothing but human ingenuity. The oral tradition of the Rapa Nui people has always insisted that the Moai walked to their destinations under their own power. For generations, archaeologists dismissed this as folklore, the kind of mythological explanation that primitive cultures create when they lose the technical knowledge of their ancestors. The academic consensus settled on a more practical theory. The statues were rolled on logs, dragged on sleds, or transported using some combination of ropes and wooden rollers. But in 2012, a team of researchers decided to take the walking theory literally. Carl Lipo from California State University and Terry Hunt from the University of Oregon constructed a precise replica of a Moai, complete with the statue's distinctive proportions and center of gravity. What they discovered challenged decades of archaeological assumptions. The statues are designed to walk. Their center of mass sits in exactly the right position to allow them to rock forward in a controlled manner. The distinctive shape isn't just artistic choice, it's engineering. The oversized heads, the slightly forward-leaning posture, the way the torso tapers, every element serves a functional purpose. With ropes attached to the head and base, a small team can make these multi-ton monuments lumber forward in a swaying, rhythmic gait that's remarkably efficient. The breakthrough came when they realized the statues found along the ancient roads are different from those at the ceremonial sites. The transported Moai are taller, more upright, with a center of gravity that's perfectly calibrated for walking. They're not damaged or abandoned monuments, they're purpose-built for movement. But this revelation only deepens the mystery. If the Rapa Nui people had mastered this walking technique, why do we find so many statues scattered along the roads, as if they were abandoned mid-journey? Some lie face down, others stand partially buried in centuries of sediment. The traditional explanation suggests they fell during transport and were left behind. But the evidence suggests something more complex. Recent excavations have revealed that many of the abandoned statues aren't broken or damaged. They're complete, with full bodies extending deep underground. Some of these buried giants are among the largest ever created, with intricate carvings and details that suggest they were meant to be permanent installations, not transportation failures. The mystery deepens when you consider the timeline. The Moai were carved and moved over a period of several centuries, from roughly 1250 to 1500 AD. But the island's ecology was collapsing during this same period. The palm forests that once covered Rapa Nui were disappearing, the soil was eroding, and the population was declining. Yet the statue production continued, even accelerated, as if the monuments were a response to the crisis, rather than a luxury the island could no longer afford. Some researchers propose that the Moai represent a kind of cultural memory, a way of preserving knowledge and identity as the society faced environmental collapse. The statues along the roads might mark ancient property boundaries, sacred sites, or astronomical alignments that were crucial to the island's survival. The walking technique itself could be a form of ritual, a ceremonial procession that connected the quarry to the rest of the island through sacred geography. The most intriguing evidence comes from the quarry itself. Rano Raraku, the volcanic crater where most of the Moai were carved, contains nearly 400 statues in various stages of completion. Some are finished and ready for transport. Others are half-carved, their faces emerging from the rock face like ancient dreams interrupted. The tools are still there, scattered around the work sites, as if the carvers had simply stopped mid-chisel and walked away. What could cause an entire civilization to abandon such a massive undertaking? The traditional explanation blames environmental collapse and social warfare, but the evidence suggests something more gradual and complex. The last statues show signs of rushed construction, simplified designs, and experimental techniques. It's as if the carvers were racing against time, trying to complete something urgent before it was too late. The walking theory offers a new perspective on this urgency. If the Moai were meant to walk, then their positioning across the island might represent a kind of network, a system of stone guardians that protected or connected different parts of the island. The incomplete transportation might not represent failure, but strategic placement, positioning the statues where they were needed most as the island's crisis deepened. Modern research has revealed that the Moai were originally crowned with red scoria topknots, called pukao, that were quarried from a different location entirely. These cylindrical caps, some weighing over 10 tons, were somehow lifted and positioned on top of the statues after they reached their final destinations. The engineering required for this operation suggests a level of sophistication that goes far beyond simple statue moving. The final piece of the puzzle lies in the statue's orientation. Nearly all of the Moai face inland, their backs to the ocean, their gaze fixed on the island's interior. Only one group, at Ahu Tongariki, faces the sea. This positioning suggests they were meant to watch over the island's inhabitants, to protect the living rather than honor the dead. They're not memorials, they're guardians. The walking giants of Easter Island represent more than ancient engineering. They're a testament to human ingenuity in the face of impossible odds, a civilization's attempt to create something permanent in a world that was falling apart. Whether they walked or were carried, they continue to stand as monuments to mysteries that have yet to be fully understood. The lost city of Atlantis. For centuries, scholars have dismissed Plato's account as philosophical allegory, a cautionary tale wrapped in the guise of legend. Yet something about Atlantis refuses to fade into the comfortable category of myth. The details are too precise, the geography too specific, and the technology too eerily familiar to our modern world. When Plato penned his dialogues in 360 BCE, he described a civilization that possessed knowledge we're only beginning to understand today. They harnessed geothermal energy, constructed elaborate water management systems, and built with materials that seemed to defy the technological limitations of their supposed era. The philosopher claimed his source was Solon, who learned of Atlantis from Egyptian priests in the Temple of Sais. These weren't storytellers spinning tales by firelight, they were keepers of written records, chroniclers of events that stretched back 9,000 years before their time. The city itself, according to Plato's account, was an engineering marvel, concentric rings of water and land, connected by bridges and tunnels, with a central island housing temples and palaces. The Atlanteans had developed a sophisticated understanding of hydraulics, creating a network of canals that could control water flow with remarkable precision. They built harbors that could accommodate vast fleets, and their knowledge of metallurgy allowed them to work with materials that matched descriptions of modern alloys. But here's where the mystery deepens. Plato's Atlantis wasn't just advanced, it was strategically located. He placed it beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic Ocean, on an island larger than Libya and Asia combined. For generations, this seemed impossible. The Atlantic floor had been mapped, explored, and found wanting. No massive landmass lay hidden beneath those waters. Then came the discovery of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a vast underwater mountain range that stretches from the Arctic to the Antarctic. Geological surveys revealed something extraordinary. This ridge had indeed been above sea level at various points in Earth's history. The Azores, those lonely islands in the Atlantic, are actually the peaks of this ancient mountain range. What lies beneath the waves could be the remnants of something much larger. Marine archaeologist Dr. Robert Ballard, the man who found the Titanic, has spent decades investigating underwater sites that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. His work off the coast of Turkey revealed perfectly preserved structures thousands of years old, submerged when rising seas claimed the land. The precision of these constructions, their sophisticated engineering, suggests that advanced civilizations existed in places we never thought to look. The tsunami deposits found in the Mediterranean tell a story of catastrophic flooding that occurred precisely when Plato claimed Atlantis vanished. Core samples from the ocean floor show evidence of massive geological disruptions around 9,600 BCE, exactly the time frame the philosopher provided. The layers of sediment speak of sudden violent changes that could have swallowed entire continents. Recent sonar mapping of the Atlantic floor has revealed structures that don't match natural geological formations, perfectly rectangular shapes, aligned grids, and what appear to be massive foundations rest on the ocean bottom. The Portuguese government has restricted access to certain areas near the Azores, citing environmental protection, but marine geologists whisper about discoveries that remain classified. The technology described in Plato's account reads like science fiction, yet archaeologists keep finding evidence of similar innovations in ancient sites worldwide. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a Greek shipwreck, demonstrates computational abilities that weren't supposed to exist until the Renaissance. The precision of Egyptian pyramid construction requires understanding of mathematics and engineering that seems impossible for its era. The massive stone blocks at Pumapunku in Bolivia are cut with tolerances that challenge modern machinery. These discoveries suggest that Atlantis might not be unique. It could be part of a lost chapter of human history, a time when our ancestors achieved technological heights we're only now beginning to appreciate. The flood myths that appear in cultures worldwide, from Mesopotamia to Australia, might be collective memories of a real catastrophe that reshaped the world. The Egyptian records that supposedly inspired Plato's account describe visitors from across the sea, people who brought knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. These weren't primitive travelers, they were representatives of a sophisticated civilization that had mastered navigation, metallurgy, and urban planning. The priests at Sais maintained that their own society had been influenced by these mysterious visitors, who arrived periodically over centuries before vanishing entirely. Modern satellite imagery has revealed anomalies in the Atlantic that warrant investigation. Circular formations on the ocean floor, too regular to be natural, too large to be anything but the remnants of massive construction projects. The European Space Agency has identified several sites where the seafloor topology suggests artificial modification, but deep-sea exploration remains prohibitively expensive and technically challenging. The minerals described in Plato's account, particularly orichalcum, a metal more precious than gold, might not be fictional. Recent underwater excavations in the Mediterranean have recovered ingots of a copper-zinc alloy that matches ancient descriptions of this legendary material. The metallurgical knowledge required to produce such alloys suggests a level of technological sophistication that contradicts our assumptions about ancient capabilities. Perhaps most compelling is the pattern of global sea level changes at the end of the last ice age. As massive glaciers melted, ocean levels rose by more than 400 feet, submerging millions of square miles of coastal land. Entire continental shelves disappeared beneath the waves, taking with them any evidence of the civilizations that might have flourished there. The areas that flooded weren't empty wastelands. They were the fertile, temperate regions where advanced societies would naturally develop. The search for Atlantis continues in laboratories and lecture halls, in the depths of the ocean, and in the careful analysis of ancient texts. Each discovery adds another piece to a puzzle that refuses to resolve into simple answers. Whether Atlantis was a real place or an inspired fiction, its story reflects something profound about human ambition, the fragility of civilization, and the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the waves. The truth may rest on the ocean floor, waiting for technology to catch up with curiosity, for the right combination of funding and expertise to illuminate what the depths have kept secret for millennia. The Great Sphinx's hidden chambers. When seismic equipment detected hollow spaces beneath the Great Sphinx in 1991, Egyptian authorities immediately classified the findings and restricted all further exploration. 3 decades later, those chambers remain sealed, their contents unknown to science. The limestone guardian has watched over the Giza Plateau for millennia, its weathered face bearing witness to the rise and fall of civilizations. Yet beneath that ancient form, ground-penetrating radar suggests a labyrinth of passages and rooms that no human eye has seen. The Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities maintains strict control over any research that might disturb what lies hidden below. Dr. Robert Schoch's geological analysis in the early 1990s revealed water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggested an age far older than traditionally accepted. The deep vertical fissures carved into the limestone could only have been created by sustained rainfall, the kind that hasn't occurred in Egypt for over 7,000 years. His findings sparked fierce debate among Egyptologists, but they also raised a more intriguing question. If the Sphinx is older than we believed, what secrets might it hold within its hidden chambers? The mystery deepened when Japanese researchers from Waseda University conducted non-invasive surveys using electromagnetic sounders. Their equipment detected a large rectangular chamber directly beneath the Sphinx's front paws, along with several smaller cavities extending deep into the bedrock. The team's leader, Dr. Sakuji Yoshimura, reported finding what appeared to be a tunnel system connecting these underground spaces, a discovery that Egyptian authorities quickly moved to contain. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, had predicted in the 1930s that a hall of records would be found beneath the Sphinx, containing the lost history of Atlantis. While most archaeologists dismissed such claims as fantasy, the actual discovery of chambers decades later gave even skeptics pause. The coincidence seemed too precise to ignore entirely. In 1996, Dr. Zahi Hawass, then Egypt's most prominent archaeologist, officially announced the discovery of 3 chambers beneath the Sphinx. One lay directly below the massive stone body, while 2 others extended from the base toward the Valley Temple. Yet despite acknowledging their existence, Hawass insisted the spaces were merely natural limestone cavities with no archaeological significance. No independent researchers were permitted to verify this assessment. The restrictions surrounding the Sphinx's hidden chambers extend beyond academic curiosity. Several international research teams have submitted formal proposals to explore the spaces using advanced robotic cameras, technology that could reveal the chamber's contents without physical disturbance. Each request has been denied without detailed explanation. The Egyptian authorities cite concerns about structural damage to the monument, though critics note that similar non-invasive techniques are routinely used at other archaeological sites worldwide. French author and researcher Robert Bauval has spent decades studying the Giza complex and its astronomical alignments. His analysis suggests the Sphinx's chambers may contain astronomical instruments or star charts that could rewrite our understanding of ancient Egyptian knowledge. The precise positioning of the Sphinx in relation to the pyramids and certain constellations implies a level of mathematical and astronomical sophistication that challenges conventional timelines of human development. Underground water sources complicate any potential exploration. The chambers exist within the water table that runs beneath the Giza Plateau, meaning they've likely remained flooded for centuries. This natural barrier may have preserved whatever lies within, but it also creates significant technical challenges for any excavation. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of sacred pools beneath important monuments, suggesting the builders may have intentionally incorporated these water features into their design. The limestone blocks used in the Sphinx's construction contain fossil evidence of ancient marine life, indicating they formed on an ocean floor millions of years ago. This geological foundation adds another layer to the mystery. The chambers may extend into natural cave systems that predate human civilization entirely. What appears to be an artificial monument may actually be built around much older geological formations. Recent satellite imagery has revealed additional anomalies in the area surrounding the Sphinx. Ground-penetrating radar, operated by international teams from outside Egypt, has detected what appears to be a network of passages connecting the Sphinx chambers to other locations across the Giza Plateau. These underground connections, if they exist, would suggest the entire complex was designed as an integrated system rather than individual monuments built over time. The controversy surrounding the chambers has created an unusual situation where the existence of the spaces is officially acknowledged, but their exploration remains indefinitely postponed. This limbo leaves researchers and the public alike wondering what could be so significant that it requires such extraordinary secrecy. The Egyptian government's position has remained consistent. The chambers will be explored when proper conservation techniques are developed, but no timeline has been established for when this might occur. Temperature variations recorded around the Sphinx's base suggest air circulation within the hidden chambers, indicating they may not be completely sealed. This airflow could be crucial for preservation, but it also raises questions about whether the spaces might be accessible through other, undiscovered entrances. Ancient Egyptian engineering often incorporated multiple access points and ventilation systems into their underground constructions. The debate over the Sphinx's age continues to complicate discussions about its hidden chambers. If the monument is indeed older than traditionally believed, the chambers might contain artifacts from a lost civilization that predates ancient Egypt. Such a discovery would fundamentally alter our understanding of human history and technological development. The implications extend far beyond Egyptology into questions about the origins of civilization itself. For now, the chambers remain sealed beneath tons of limestone and sand, their secrets preserved in artificial darkness. The detection equipment that revealed their existence continues to improve, offering ever clearer images of the spaces below. Yet technology cannot substitute for direct exploration, and the mysteries of the Sphinx's hidden chambers remain as profound today as they were when first discovered. The Guardian of Giza keeps its silence, weathering the desert winds as it has for millennia. Beneath its ancient form, those hollow spaces wait in patient darkness, holding whatever truths the builders deemed worthy of such elaborate concealment. The Library of Alexandria's Unknown Tomes. When archaeologists piece together fragments of ancient papyrus, they sometimes discover references to texts that never survived, works mentioned in passing, by scholars who had access to the complete Library of Alexandria. These fragments hint at knowledge so profound that losing it may have set human understanding back by centuries. The Great Library wasn't just a collection of scrolls. It was the ancient world's attempt to gather every piece of human knowledge under one roof. Founded in the 3rd century BCE, it became the intellectual heart of Alexandria, drawing scholars from across the Mediterranean like moths to flame. But what exactly did those scholars have access to? What secrets were recorded on papyrus that we'll never read again? The library's acquisition methods were aggressive. Ships entering Alexandria's harbor were searched, and any books found were confiscated. The originals stayed in the library, while copies were returned to their owners. This systematic collection meant that works from across the known world ended up in those halls. Mathematical treatises from Babylon, astronomical observations from Egypt, philosophical works from Athens, engineering manuals from Rome. But here's where the mystery deepens. Ancient sources describe texts that sound almost impossibly advanced for their time. Callimachus, the library's chief librarian, cataloged over 700,000 works. Among them were detailed maps of lands that wouldn't be discovered by Europeans for another 1,000 years. There were treatises on what we'd now call chemistry, written by scholars who understood processes that medieval alchemists could only dream of. The historian Strabo mentioned seeing geographical works that described the true shape and size of the Earth with startling accuracy. Keep in mind, this was nearly 2 millennia before Columbus. These weren't vague philosophical musings about the world being round. They were detailed calculations, measurements, maps showing trade routes across oceans that supposedly hadn't been crossed yet. Then there were the medical texts. The library held works by physicians who had performed what can only be described as surgical procedures: brain surgery, cataract removal, detailed anatomical studies that wouldn't be matched in Europe until the Renaissance. The physician Herophilus, who worked at the library, left behind descriptions of the nervous system that were more accurate than anything available to medieval doctors. But perhaps the most intriguing references are to what ancient sources called the mechanical arts. These weren't just theoretical works. The library housed detailed blueprints and construction manuals. Hero of Alexandria, who worked there, described steam engines, programmable automata, and calculating machines. His surviving works hint at a level of technological understanding that seems almost anachronistic. The astronomer Aristarchus proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system 17 centuries before Copernicus. His complete works, with all his calculations and observations, were housed in the library. What evidence had he compiled? What mathematical proofs had he developed? We know he calculated the relative sizes of the Earth, Moon, and Sun with remarkable precision, but his methods died with the library. The mathematician Eratosthenes didn't just calculate the Earth's circumference. He created a world map that included detailed coastlines, mountain ranges, and river systems. Ancient sources describe him consulting works by explorers and traders who had traveled far beyond the boundaries of the known world. Where had these people been? What had they seen? The references suggest contact with lands that official history says weren't reached for centuries. The library's destruction wasn't a single dramatic event. It was a slow decline over several centuries. Political upheavals, religious conflicts, and simple neglect all played their part. But the result was the same. The accumulated knowledge of the ancient world vanished, not just lost, but actively destroyed or left to decay. What makes this particularly haunting is that we know just enough to understand what we've lost. Fragments survive, scattered across museums and private collections. Partial texts that reference the complete works, quotes preserved in other authors' writings. It's like trying to reconstruct a symphony from a few scattered notes. Consider the implications. If the library's medical texts had survived, how might the history of medicine have changed? Would the Dark Ages have been quite so dark if scholars had retained access to advanced Greek and Roman engineering? Would the Age of Exploration have begun centuries earlier if detailed maps and navigation techniques had been preserved? The library contained works by cultures that are now barely remembered. The Phoenicians, master navigators who may have circumnavigated Africa 2,000 years before Vasco da Gama. The Carthaginians, whose exploration of the Atlantic is mentioned in surviving fragments but never fully described. The Egyptians, whose understanding of mathematics and astronomy was already ancient when the library was founded. Recent archaeological discoveries have only deepened the mystery. Underwater excavations in Alexandria's harbor have revealed structures that don't match any known architectural styles. Artifacts that suggest technological capabilities we didn't know the ancient world possessed. Each discovery raises new questions about what knowledge might have been preserved in the library. The most tantalizing possibility is that the library held the key to understanding how ancient civilizations achieved what they did. How were the pyramids built with such precision? How did ancient navigators cross vast oceans without modern instruments? How did they create astronomical calendars that remain accurate thousands of years later? But perhaps the real tragedy isn't just the loss of ancient knowledge, it's the loss of perspective. The library represented humanity's first serious attempt to preserve and organize all human understanding. Today, we tend to think of ancient peoples as primitive, but the evidence suggests they were far more sophisticated than we give them credit for. The Library of Alexandria stands as a reminder that human knowledge is fragile. Accumulated wisdom can vanish in a generation if it's not carefully preserved. In our digital age, we might think we're immune to such losses, but the lesson remains relevant. The greatest mysteries aren't always about what we don't know. Sometimes they're about what we've forgotten. The enigmatic lines of Nazca. From 30,000 feet above the Peruvian desert, they appear as faint scratches against an endless canvas of rust-colored earth. Most passengers flying over the Nazca Plateau press their faces to airplane windows, straining to catch a glimpse of what lies below, never quite grasping the full scope of what they're witnessing. But when you charter a small plane and descend closer to the desert floor, the scratches reveal themselves as something far more extraordinary and deeply unsettling. The Nazca lines stretch across nearly 200 square miles of one of the world's most arid landscapes. Here, where rain falls perhaps once every decade, ancient hands carved images into the earth that have survived for over 2 millennia. Not small petroglyphs or cave paintings, but colossal geoglyphs that dwarf entire city blocks. A spider with legs spanning over 150 feet, a hummingbird that measures 300 feet from beak to tail, a monkey whose curving tail alone stretches longer than a football field. What makes these lines particularly haunting is their precision. The spider's proportions match those of an actual arachnid species found only in remote parts of the Amazon rainforest, hundreds of miles away. The hummingbird captures the exact moment of hovering flight, its wings positioned with anatomical accuracy that suggests intimate knowledge of the creature's behavior. Yet the people who created these images lived in a desert where such animals never existed. Dr. Anthony Aveni, archaeoastronomer at Colgate University, has spent decades studying the Nazca phenomenon. When he first arrived at the site in 1978, he carried the assumption that these lines functioned as some sort of astronomical calendar. Many of the straight lines, he discovered, do indeed point toward celestial events, but not in the way anyone expected. Rather than marking solstices or equinoxes, they seem to track the movements of constellations that held significance for water ceremonies. In one of the driest places on Earth, the ancient Nazca culture was mapping the stars they believed controlled rainfall. The engineering required to create these images presents another puzzle that researchers still struggle to explain. The lines aren't simply drawn on the surface, they're carved into it. The darker top layer of desert stone was carefully removed to reveal the lighter soil beneath, creating a stark contrast visible from great heights. To maintain the perfect proportions of a 300-foot hummingbird, ancient artists would have needed to coordinate the work of dozens of people across several acres, all while maintaining precise geometric relationships between distant parts of the design. Modern attempts to recreate even simple Nazca-style figures have proven surprisingly difficult. In 2019, a team of archaeologists from the University of Yamagata attempted to create a 50-foot condor using tools and techniques available to the ancient Nazca people. Despite detailed planning and GPS assistance, their final creation bore only a rough resemblance to the original designs. The ancient artists, working without aerial view or modern measuring tools, achieved a level of accuracy that still eludes contemporary efforts. Perhaps most intriguingly, new discoveries continue to emerge from the Nazca Plateau. In 2020, researchers using advanced satellite imagery identified over 140 previously unknown geoglyphs. These newer discoveries include images that seem to depict scenes rather than individual animals, human figures engaged in what appears to be some form of ritual activity. One particularly striking image shows a group of people arranged in a circle around a central figure whose arms are raised toward the sky. The Nazca lines exist in a state of perfect preservation, precisely because they're located in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. The combination of extreme aridity, minimal wind, and consistent temperature has created what amounts to a natural museum. But this same isolation raises uncomfortable questions about their purpose. Why create art that can only be fully appreciated from a vantage point that the creators could never achieve? Some researchers propose that the lines served as walking meditation paths, meant to be followed rather than viewed. The monkey figure, for instance, consists of a single continuous line that never crosses itself, suggesting it may have been designed as a labyrinth for religious processions. But this theory doesn't explain the smaller, more intricate designs that would be impossible to walk. Recent excavations at the edges of several geoglyphs have uncovered pottery fragments and textile remains that suggest the lines were sites of repeated ceremonial activity. Carbon dating places some of these artifacts at different time periods, indicating that the Nazca lines remained sacred locations for multiple generations. The ancient Nazca people were returning to these desert drawings century after century, maintaining them, possibly adding to them, treating them as living sacred spaces rather than static art. The most unsettling aspect of the Nazca lines may be their apparent relationship to water. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that many of the straight lines point not toward astronomical events, but toward underground water sources. In a landscape where water meant the difference between life and death, the ancient Nazca may have been creating a form of spiritual cartography, mapping the hidden aquifers that sustained their civilization. Dr. Markus Rendel of the German Archaeological Institute has proposed that the Nazca lines represent humanity's first attempt at landscape-scale art, a civilization deciding to treat the Earth itself as a canvas. But unlike later monumental architecture, the Nazca lines were never meant to impress other humans. They were created as messages to something or someone that could view them from above. The Peruvian government now restricts access to the Nazca lines, allowing only approved researchers to walk among the ancient drawings. From the air, tourists can glimpse fragments of this vast puzzle, but the full scope of what lies carved into the desert floor remains hidden from casual observation. The ancient artists who spent generations creating these images worked in service of something that transcends our understanding of art, astronomy, and sacred space. In the end, the Nazca lines persist as one of archaeology's most beautiful mysteries, perfect in their execution, impossible in their scale, and utterly resistant to any simple explanation of their purpose or meaning. The astonishing cave paintings of Chauvet. The carbon dating results came back 3 times before anyone believed them. 36,000 years ago, when ice sheets stretched across Europe and our ancestors lived in scattered bands, someone descended into the limestone depths of what we now call Chauvet Cave and began to paint. These weren't crude stick figures or simple handprints. The artists who worked by flickering torchlight in southeastern France created images so sophisticated, so dynamically alive, that when the cave was rediscovered in 1994, experts initially questioned whether the paintings could possibly be authentic. The technical mastery, the use of natural rock contours to create 3-dimensional effects, the careful shading and perspective, it challenged everything we thought we knew about prehistoric human capabilities. Jean-Marie Chauvet and his team of speleologists were searching for air currents that might indicate undiscovered passages when they squeezed through a narrow opening in the cliff face. What they found in that first chamber stopped them cold. Hundreds of animals moved across the walls in frozen motion, cave bears rearing on hind legs, lions stalking in coordinated prides, rhinoceros charging with lowered heads. The artistic sophistication was breathtaking, but equally remarkable was what these images revealed about the world our ancestors inhabited. The cave bears depicted weren't just any bears. These were creatures that stood 12 feet tall, massive predators that shared the European landscape with early humans. The cave lions were 30% larger than their modern African cousins, built for bringing down mammoth calves and giant deer. Yet somehow, the artists had observed these dangerous animals closely enough to capture not just their physical forms, but their behavior, their individual personalities, their relationship to the landscape around them. More puzzling still, many of the animals painted in Chauvet Cave weren't typical subjects of prehistoric art found elsewhere. While most Stone Age sites feature prey animals, mammoth, bison, deer, Chauvet focuses heavily on predators. Lions dominate the compositions, their manes flowing, their eyes alert, their bodies positioned with an understanding of feline anatomy that speaks to careful, prolonged observation. How these early humans managed such detailed study of apex predators remains one of the cave's enduring mysteries. The technical innovations displayed throughout the cave suggest artistic traditions far more developed than previously imagined. The painters used techniques that wouldn't appear again in human art for tens of thousands of years. They scraped away sections of cave wall to create lighter tones, used the natural bumps and depressions in the rock to give their animals dimensionality, and employed a sophisticated understanding of perspective that makes the herds appear to move across the curved surfaces. In one chamber, known as the Panel of Horses, dozens of animals overlap in what appears to be a deliberate composition. The horses' heads turn at different angles, their manes flow in different directions, their eyes look toward different points in the cave, stand in the right position, and the flickering of a torch makes the entire herd seem to surge forward through the stone. The artists understood not just how to represent individual animals, but how to create narrative flow across an entire wall. Carbon dating of the charcoal used in the paintings reveals two distinct periods of artistic activity, separated by several thousand years. The earlier paintings, dating to around 36,000 years ago, were created during the Aurignacian period, when modern humans were just establishing themselves across Europe. The later works, from around 31,000 years ago, show clear stylistic evolution while maintaining the same extraordinary technical standards. This temporal gap raises profound questions about cultural continuity. Did knowledge of the cave pass down through generations? Were the later artists following established traditions? Or did they rediscover these chambers independently and feel compelled to add their own visions to the ancient gallery? The careful respect shown by later artists for earlier works suggests some form of cultural transmission, but the mechanisms remain unknown. The preservation of Chauvet Cave itself presents another mystery. Unlike many prehistoric sites where paintings have faded or been damaged by water, mineral deposits, or human interference, Chauvet's artworks remain vivid and intact. A rockfall sealed the cave's original entrance shortly after the final paintings were completed, creating a time capsule that wasn't disturbed until Chauvet's team found their alternate route in 1994. Climate data from the period when the paintings were created reveals a landscape dramatically different from modern France. The region experienced harsh glacial conditions, with temperatures averaging 15 degrees lower than today. The animals depicted in the cave, the woolly rhinoceros, the megaloceros with their massive antlers, the cave lions adapted to cold climates, all reflected an ecosystem that existed at the edge of the ice sheets. Yet despite these harsh conditions, the artists invested enormous time and energy in their underground gallery. They carried materials deep into the cave system, worked in chambers that required navigating narrow passages and climbing over rock falls, and returned repeatedly to add new elements to existing compositions. The commitment required suggests these weren't casual decorations, but works of profound cultural significance. The question of meaning remains largely unanswered. Traditional interpretations of prehistoric art often invoke hunting magic or shamanistic practices, but Chauvet's focus on predators complicates these theories. The artists weren't depicting the animals they hunted for food, but rather the creatures that hunted them. The cave becomes not a record of human dominance over nature, but a testament to humanity's place within a complex ecosystem of predator and prey. Today, Chauvet Cave remains closed to the public, its original entrance still sealed, its atmospheric conditions carefully monitored. Only a handful of researchers are permitted inside each year, and their visits are strictly limited to prevent the kind of damage that has affected other prehistoric sites. The cave's ecosystem, unchanged for millennia, continues to preserve not just the paintings themselves, but the charcoal from ancient torches, the claw marks of bears that once denned in the chambers, and the footprints of the artists who created humanity's first masterpiece. In the darkness beneath the limestone cliffs of France, those images wait, lions forever, mid-stride, horses eternally galloping, bears caught in permanent motion across the stone. They represent more than art, they're windows into minds that thought and dreamed and created beauty in a world we can barely comprehend. The drowned city of Pavlopetri. When marine archaeologist Dr. John Henderson first descended into the clear waters off Peloponnese in 2009, he expected to find pottery shards, maybe stone foundations if he was fortunate. What he discovered instead defied every timeline archaeologists had carefully constructed about Bronze Age civilization. Spread across the seafloor, like a submerged blueprint, lay an entire city. Streets, courtyards, buildings with multiple rooms, all preserved in extraordinary detail beneath 15 feet of Mediterranean water. Pavlopetri isn't just old, it's impossibly old. Carbon dating places this underwater metropolis at 5,000 years, making it older than the supposed golden age of Minoan civilization, older than the great palaces of Knossos, older than almost everything we thought we knew about sophisticated urban planning in ancient Greece. The city stretches across 9 acres of seabed, its stone walls and pathways mapped with such precision that archaeologists can walk, or rather swim, down ancient streets and peer into rooms where families once lived, worked, and dreamed. The preservation is so complete that researchers have identified what appears to be a sophisticated water management system with channels and possible drainage networks that suggest these Bronze Age inhabitants understood hydraulic engineering in ways that challenge our assumptions about their technological capabilities. But here's where the mystery deepens. No ancient source mentions Pavlopetri. No mythology speaks of a great city swallowed by the sea in this precise location. Homer's epics, rich with geographical detail about the Greek coastline, remain silent about this underwater civilization. The historical record offers no explanation for how such an advanced settlement could have existed, thrived, and vanished without leaving a trace in human memory. The city's layout reveals something even more puzzling. Unlike other Bronze Age settlements that grew organically around natural harbors or defensive positions, Pavlopetri appears to have been planned. The streets run in deliberate patterns. Buildings are positioned with mathematical precision. Room sizes suggest specialization. Larger spaces that might have served as workshops or gathering places, smaller domestic areas, and what could be storage facilities or administrative centers. Dr. Henderson's team discovered something else that shouldn't exist: evidence of repeat habitation spanning over 2,000 years. This wasn't a city that was built and abandoned. People lived here through multiple generations, adapting and modifying their underwater, though it wasn't underwater then, environment across centuries. The archaeological layers tell a story of continuous occupation that suddenly, mysteriously ends. The geological evidence presents its own riddle. The Mediterranean sea level has risen and fallen numerous times over the past 5,000 years, but the specific conditions that would have submerged Pavlopetri so completely and so quickly remain unclear. Some researchers point to seismic activity. The region sits on active fault lines that could have caused sudden subsidence. Others suggest gradual sea level rise over centuries, but neither explanation fully accounts for the city's remarkable preservation. If Pavlopetri had been abandoned gradually, as rising waters made life increasingly difficult, we would expect to find evidence of that process. Tools left behind, pottery abandoned in haste, signs of people fleeing to higher ground. Instead, the city appears to have been methodically emptied, as if its inhabitants had time to take their possessions and carefully close this chapter of their lives. The pottery fragments recovered from the site tell their own story. Some pieces match known Bronze Age styles from mainland Greece, others show influences from Crete, and still others display design elements that archaeologists can't trace to any known cultural tradition. It's as if Pavlopetri served as a meeting point for different Mediterranean civilizations, a trading hub where ideas and techniques mixed in ways that created something entirely new. Recent underwater surveys using advanced sonar mapping have revealed something that makes the mystery even more complex. The city appears to extend beyond the currently mapped area, with what might be additional structures or infrastructure disappearing under sediment and rock falls. The full extent of Pavlopetri remains unknown, hidden beneath centuries of accumulated debris and shifting seafloor. Marine biologists studying the site have noticed something peculiar about the local ecosystem. The ancient stone structures have become home to species of Mediterranean sea life that typically prefer much deeper waters. It's as if the city creates its own microenvironment, with water temperatures and currents that differ subtly from the surrounding seabed. Whether this is coincidence or suggests something unique about the city's construction remains an open question. The few artifacts that have been carefully removed from the site for study present their own puzzles. Metal objects that should have corroded completely in salt water show unusual preservation. Stone tools display wear patterns that suggest they were used for purposes archaeologists can't identify. And then, there are the ceramic fragments with markings that might be early writing symbols that don't match any known Bronze Age script. Local fishermen from nearby villages have always known something lay beneath these waters. For generations, their nets would snag on underwater obstructions that they learned to navigate around. Some older residents speak of family stories about ancient ruins beneath the waves, tales passed down through centuries but dismissed by outsiders as maritime folklore. The Greek government has declared Pavlopetri a protected archaeological site, restricting access to authorized researchers. But even with limited excavation, each dive reveals new questions. How did Bronze Age inhabitants achieve such sophisticated urban planning? What caused an entire civilization to vanish so completely from historical memory? And perhaps most intriguingly, what other underwater cities might lie hidden beneath the Mediterranean, waiting to rewrite our understanding of the ancient world? As research continues, Pavlopetri remains a city caught between worlds, too old to fit our timelines, too sophisticated to match our expectations, too complete to have been abandoned by accident. Beneath the gentle waves of the Mediterranean, its empty streets guard secrets that challenge everything we thought we knew about Bronze Age civilization and the rise of urban life in ancient Greece. The mysterious disappearance of Roanoke Colony. In 1590, John White stepped onto the shore of Roanoke Island, expecting to embrace his daughter and meet his granddaughter for the first time. Instead, he found empty houses, scattered belongings, and a mystery that would haunt historians for over 4 centuries. The lost colony of Roanoke wasn't just another failed settlement. It was the complete vanishing of 115 men, women, and children who had disappeared so thoroughly that even their bones have never been found. What happened during those 3 years when White was away remains one of America's most enduring puzzles, wrapped in theories that range from the plausible to the impossible. The story begins in 1587, when White led the second group of English colonists to establish a permanent settlement on Roanoke Island, off the coast of what would become North Carolina. Unlike the previous military expedition, this group included families seeking new lives in the New World. Among them was White's own daughter, Eleanor, who was pregnant with what would become the first English child born in the Americas. The settlement started with promise, but supplies ran dangerously low within months. The colonists convinced White to return to England for provisions, despite his reluctance to leave his family. As their leader and an experienced navigator, he was their best hope for securing the resources they desperately needed. White's departure in August 1587 was supposed to be temporary. He planned to return within a year, laden with supplies and reinforcements, but the English were preparing for war with Spain, and every available ship was pressed into service against the approaching armada. White found himself trapped in a country mobilizing for its survival, watching helplessly as months turned into years. When he finally managed to secure passage back to Virginia in 1590, the delay had stretched to 3 agonizing years. The ship's captain, eager to hunt Spanish treasure ships, allowed White only a brief stop at Roanoke. What he discovered there defied explanation. The settlement's buildings stood empty but undamaged. There were no signs of struggle, no hastily abandoned meals, no bodies. The colonists had vanished as completely as if they had never existed. The only clues were the letters CRO, carved into a tree, and the word CRO-Toan, carved into a fence post. White had previously arranged with the colonists that if they needed to relocate, they would leave word of their destination. If they were in distress, they would carve a cross above the message. There was no cross. White interpreted this as a hopeful sign that the colonists had relocated to Croatoan Island, about 50 miles south, where a friendly Native American tribe lived. He desperately wanted to sail there immediately, but a fierce storm was approaching, and the ship's captain refused to risk the journey. White was forced to leave without answers, never knowing what became of his daughter, granddaughter, and the other colonists. The theories about their fate have multiplied over the centuries, each more intriguing than the last. The most straightforward explanation suggests the colonists integrated with local Native American tribes, either by choice or necessity. Some historians point to later reports of European-looking natives in the region, including children with blonde hair and blue eyes. Archaeological evidence from nearby sites has revealed artifacts that could have belonged to the missing colonists, including European-style jewelry and tools found in Native American contexts. But other theories venture into darker territory. Some suggest the colonists were killed by hostile tribes, though this fails to explain the absence of bodies or signs of violence. Others propose they attempted to return to England on their own, meeting their fate somewhere in the Atlantic. The complete lack of wreckage or remains makes this equally difficult to prove. More unsettling possibilities emerge from the historical record. Reports from later expeditions describe finding the word Croatoan carved in locations hundreds of miles from Roanoke Island. If these accounts are accurate, They suggest something far more complex than a simple relocation. Some researchers have proposed that the colonists split into smaller groups, scattering across the region in a desperate attempt to survive. Recent archaeological investigations have uncovered tantalizing clues that only deepen the mystery. Excavations at multiple sites have revealed artifacts that could be connected to the lost colony, but the evidence remains frustratingly incomplete. European ceramics found at Native American sites, iron tools that predate known settlements, and even possible grave sites that might contain colonist remains have all been discovered, yet none provide definitive answers. The most haunting aspect of the Roanoke mystery might be how thoroughly the colonists vanished. In an age before mass communication, entire communities could disappear without immediate notice, but the complete absence of any trace is extraordinary. No letters, no artifacts definitively linked to their fate, no reliable witness accounts of what happened during those 3 lost years. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is its timing. The colonists vanished during a period of increasing tension between European settlers and Native American tribes. Other early settlements faced attacks, disease, and starvation, but they left behind evidence of their struggles. Roanoke offers nothing but silence. The mystery deepens when considering that some theories suggest the colonists' fate was known to later English settlers, but deliberately concealed. Early Virginia colonial records contain tantalizing references to survivors of an earlier settlement, but these accounts are vague and contradictory. Why would such information be suppressed? What did those early colonists discover that was deemed too dangerous to record? Today, Roanoke Island draws researchers and curious visitors, but the site itself reveals little about its secrets. The original settlement location remains debated, and centuries of development have obscured much of the archaeological record. The island keeps its secrets well, offering only whispers of a mystery that began over 4 centuries ago. The lost colony of Roanoke remains a perfect historical enigma, a puzzle with too many missing pieces to solve definitively. Somewhere in the coastal wilderness of North Carolina, the answer to what happened to those 115 souls might still be waiting to be discovered, buried beneath centuries of sand and silence. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang's terracotta army. When Chinese farmers began digging a well in 1974, they expected to find water. Instead, their shovels struck something far more extraordinary: fragments of terracotta that would lead to one of archaeology's most stunning discoveries. Yet what they uncovered was merely the antechamber to a mystery that remains sealed to this day. The terracotta army stands as one of humanity's most remarkable archaeological finds, but the thousands of clay warriors we've marveled at represent only the outer guardians of something far more significant. Behind them lies the actual tomb of China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, a burial chamber that has remained untouched for over 2 millennia, protected not just by ancient engineering, but by modern scientific caution. Qin Shi Huang unified China in 221 BCE, creating an empire that would shape the course of human civilization. He standardized currency, writing systems, and measurements across his vast domain. But perhaps his most ambitious project was not for the living, it was his preparation for death. According to ancient historian Sima Qian, the emperor began constructing his tomb complex shortly after ascending to power, employing over 700,000 workers in what would become a 36-year undertaking. The scale of this necropolis defies comprehension. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the tomb complex spans approximately 38 square miles, making it larger than many modern cities. The terracotta warriors, numbering over 8,000 discovered so far, were positioned in military formation around the unopened central tomb, as if preparing for battles in the afterlife. Each warrior bears unique facial features, suggesting they were modeled after real soldiers in the emperor's army. What makes this site forbidden is not political secrecy, but scientific responsibility. The Chinese government has made a deliberate decision to leave the emperor's actual burial chamber sealed, and their reasoning reveals a sobering truth about archaeological preservation. When the terracotta warriors were first excavated, their surfaces were painted in brilliant colors, vibrant blues, reds, and yellows that had survived underground for over 2,000 years. Within hours of exposure to air, these colors began to fade. Within days, they had vanished entirely. This irreversible loss taught archaeologists a crucial lesson. The technology to properly preserve what lies within the tomb simply doesn't exist yet. Chinese officials have stated that the burial chamber will remain sealed until preservation techniques advance sufficiently to guarantee that nothing will be lost to the modern world's touch. It's a remarkable act of restraint, choosing mystery over immediate gratification. But what exactly are they protecting? Ancient texts provide tantalizing clues. Sima Chan described the tomb's interior as containing a scale model of the emperor's domain, complete with rivers of mercury flowing through miniature landscapes. Recent soil tests around the tomb have detected unusually high levels of mercury, suggesting these ancient accounts may be accurate. The historian also wrote of crossbows rigged to fire automatically at intruders, and ceilings decorated with precious stones arranged to represent the constellations. Ground-penetrating radar has confirmed the presence of a large void beneath the burial mound, consistent with descriptions of a vast underground palace. The tomb's design follows principles of Chinese cosmology, with the emperor's resting place positioned to mirror the celestial order. But beyond these general details, the tomb's contents remain purely speculative. The mystery deepens when considering the emperor's obsession with immortality. Historical records show that Qin Shi Huang spent enormous resources seeking the elixir of life, dispatching expeditions to mythical islands and consulting with alchemists throughout his reign. Ironically, his quest for immortality may have caused his death. Many historians believe he died from mercury poisoning, a result of ingesting supposed immortality pills. The presence of mercury in his tomb takes on added significance when viewed through this lens. What else might lie within those sealed chambers? The emperor was known to have collected books, artwork, and technological innovations from across his empire. His tomb could contain lost works of Chinese literature, advanced engineering blueprints, or artistic treasures that would revolutionize our understanding of ancient Chinese civilization. Some speculate that the tomb might even contain evidence of technologies that were later lost to time. The decision to keep the tomb sealed also reflects cultural considerations. In Chinese tradition, disturbing the dead carries profound spiritual implications. The emperor's tomb was designed not just as a resting place, but as a functional palace for the afterlife. Opening it would be seen by many as a violation of sacred principles, regardless of scientific value. Yet the mystery continues to deepen as new discoveries emerge from the surrounding areas. Recent excavations have uncovered additional pits containing bronze chariots, stone armor, and even what appears to be an ancient zoo, complete with exotic animals crafted in terracotta. Each discovery suggests that the tomb complex is far more elaborate than initially understood, raising questions about what other secrets remain buried. The terracotta warriors themselves continue to reveal new information. Advanced imaging techniques have identified makers' marks on many figures, providing insights into the artisans who created them. Some warriors bear evidence of repairs, suggesting they may have been damaged and restored even in ancient times. The level of detail in their construction, everything from sole patterns on their shoes to hairstyles reflecting their military rank, speaks to an unprecedented level of craftsmanship. The site remains one of the world's most carefully guarded archaeological treasures. Access is strictly controlled, with only select areas open to researchers and the public. The majority of the complex remains off-limits, not due to government secrecy, but because of the ongoing challenge of preservation. Each new excavation requires years of planning and preparation to ensure that whatever is uncovered can be properly protected. Scientists estimate that fully excavating and studying the tomb complex could take several more centuries. The patient approach stands in stark contrast to the hasty archaeological practices of previous eras, when countless artifacts were destroyed in the rush to uncover ancient secrets. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang represents a new philosophy, one that values preservation over revelation, patience over immediate gratification. As technology advances, new possibilities emerge for studying the tomb without disturbing it. Non-invasive imaging techniques continue to improve, offering glimpses of what lies beneath without breaking the ancient seals. Perhaps future generations will develop methods to explore these chambers while leaving them fundamentally undisturbed. Until then, the tomb of China's first emperor remains one of archaeology's greatest unopened books. a repository of secrets that have waited over 2 millennia for the right moment to be revealed. The terracotta warriors stand eternal watch, guardians not just of an emperor's remains, but of mysteries that may reshape our understanding of ancient China when the time is finally right to unlock their secrets. The ghost ships of the Bermuda Triangle. The cargo ship SS Silvia L. Ossa vanished on October 15, 1976, carrying a crew of 37 souls and 15,000 tons of iron ore from Philadelphia to Steel City. No distress signal, no debris field, no trace whatsoever of a vessel longer than a football field, simply gone. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling isn't just the ship's size, but where it happened. The Ossa's last known position placed her directly within those infamous coordinates between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. The triangle has claimed vessels for centuries, but it's the ghost ships that truly haunt these waters. Not the ones that vanish completely, but the ones found drifting empty, their crews inexplicably absent, their final moments locked in maritime silence. Consider the case of the MV Joyita, discovered in 1955, partially submerged and abandoned, 90 days after disappearing with 25 passengers and crew. The ship's logbooks were missing. Personal belongings remained untouched. Meals sat half-finished on tables. The captain's cabin showed no signs of struggle, yet every soul aboard had somehow vanished into the endless blue. Maritime investigators have documented over 50 similar incidents within the triangle's boundaries since 1800. Ships found adrift with engines still running, sails properly set, but completely devoid of human life. The Coast Guard classifies these as crew abandonment incidents, but that clinical term fails to capture the profound mystery of why experienced sailors would leave seaworthy vessels in calm conditions. The phenomenon extends beyond commercial shipping. In 1969, the luxury yacht Scorpion was discovered floating unmanned near the Bahamas. Her radio was tuned to a distress frequency, but no signal had ever been transmitted. The yacht's tender was missing, suggesting the crew had abandoned ship, yet no bodies or wreckage from the smaller boat were ever recovered. The Scorpion's owner, a veteran sailor with 30 years of Caribbean experience, had simply vanished along with his 3 guests. Weather patterns in the triangle do create unique challenges. The Gulf Stream pushes warm water northward at nearly 4 miles per hour, creating powerful currents that can drag vessels far from their intended course. Sudden storms materialize with little warning, generated by the collision of tropical and temperate air masses. But these natural phenomena don't explain why experienced crews would abandon ship without sending distress calls, especially when their vessels remain perfectly seaworthy. Dr. Richard Weiner, who spent 2 decades documenting triangle disappearances, discovered a disturbing pattern among the ghost ships. Most were found with their navigation equipment functioning normally, yet positioned far from any logical course. The instruments showed no signs of malfunction, but the ship's final position suggested they had been operating without any navigational reference for hours or even days before being abandoned. The case of the fishing vessel Great Isaac illuminates this mystery. Found drifting in 1969, the boat's sophisticated fish-finding sonar was operational, but recordings showed it had been pinging continuously for over 40 hours in water too deep for fishing. The crew's personal effects were aboard, including wallets and watches, but the men themselves had vanished. Most puzzling was the ship's fuel consumption. It had burned through enough diesel to travel nearly 300 miles, yet was discovered only 20 miles from its last reported position. Electronic equipment failures plague vessels in these waters with unusual frequency. Compass readings become erratic, GPS systems display impossible coordinates, and radio communications suffer from unexplained interference. The merchant vessel Poet, which disappeared in 1980, had radioed concerns about compass malfunctions hours before vanishing with its crew of 34. A similar electromagnetic anomaly was reported by the SS Marine Sulphur Queen crew just before their ship's disappearance in 1963. Some researchers point to the triangle's unique geological features as potential explanations. The Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, creates underwater topography that might generate unusual electromagnetic fields. Methane hydrates trapped in the seafloor occasionally release massive gas bubbles that could theoretically reduce water density enough to sink a ship instantly. But these theories still don't account for the ghost ships found floating empty, their crews mysteriously absent. The psychological impact on surviving mariners who've experienced triangle anomalies is profound. Captain Jim Richardson, who sailed these waters for 40 years, reported multiple incidents of crew members becoming disoriented and attempting to abandon ship during calm weather. He described a creeping dread that would overcome even experienced sailors when certain atmospheric conditions aligned. Richardson documented 17 instances where crew members reported seeing phantom vessels on the horizon, ships that appeared on radar but vanished when approached. Modern satellite tracking has made complete disappearances more difficult, but ghost ships continue to appear. In 2001, the fishing vessel John and Mary was discovered adrift near the Bahamas with its engines running and navigational lights on, but no crew aboard. The ship's GPS showed it had been traveling in a perfect circle for over 6 hours. The crew's life jackets were still in their storage compartments, and the ship's tender remained secured to its davits. The triangle's reputation has led to increased maritime surveillance, yet the phenomena persist. Coast Guard records show an average of 4 unexplained crew disappearances annually within the triangle's boundaries, a rate significantly higher than comparable shipping lanes. These statistics exclude vessels that vanish completely, focusing only on ships found abandoned. What transforms experienced sailors into frightened souls willing to abandon seaworthy vessels in the middle of the ocean? The answer remains locked in the triangle's depths, guarded by currents that have carried away both ships and secrets for generations. The ghost ships drift on, empty monuments to questions that the sea refuses to answer, their silent hulls bearing witness to mysteries that challenge everything we think we know about these ancient waters. Each abandoned vessel tells a story with no ending, a maritime riddle that grows more complex with every empty bridge discovered floating in the endless blue. The locked doors at Auschwitz-Birkenau. 3 rooms at Auschwitz-Birkenau remain permanently sealed to the public. The Polish State Museum has maintained these restrictions for over 70 years, citing preservation concerns. But preservation of what, exactly? The official explanations have shifted quietly over the decades, and the museum's archivists grow notably uncomfortable when pressed for specifics. Behind these locked doors lie fragments of history that resist easy categorization. Not the well-documented horrors we've come to understand through decades of historical scholarship, but something more elusive, something that challenges our grasp of how human beings process unimaginable trauma and what they leave behind in the spaces where such trauma unfolds. The first sealed room sits in Block 11, the notorious punishment block. Museum records indicate it was locked in 1967 after maintenance workers reported finding documents that didn't align with existing prisoner records. These weren't the expected administrative files or personal effects. According to the maintenance report, archived in the museum's restricted collection, the papers appeared to be detailed maps of the camp layout, drawn with extraordinary precision and annotated in multiple languages. The strange part? The maps showed structures that were never built, pathways that don't exist, and rooms that, according to official camp blueprints, were never planned. Dr. Helena Kubica, the museum's chief archivist from 1989 to 2014, mentioned these documents only once in a recorded interview. She described them as architecturally impossible, and noted that the handwriting analysis revealed at least 17 different authors. The maps were dated across a span of 3 years, suggesting they were created by prisoners who couldn't have overlapped during their internment. Yet the continuity of the drawings implied ongoing collaboration, as if each new artist was building upon the previous work with intimate knowledge of what had come before. The second locked room presents a different puzzle entirely. Located in Crematorium 3, it was sealed in 1952 after renovation work uncovered what the official report cryptically describes as extensive prisoner modifications to the structure. The room had been altered in ways that defied explanation. Walls had been carved with mathematical equations that, when analyzed by Warsaw University's mathematics department in 1953, proved to be calculations for architectural load distribution. The precision required for such work would have demanded tools the prisoners didn't possess, and engineering knowledge far beyond what would be expected from the camp's documented population. But the equations weren't the most unsettling discovery. Carved into the floor, nearly invisible unless viewed from a specific angle, were symbols that matched no known language system. Dr. Kazimierz Smoleń, the museum's first director, commissioned linguistic analysis through the Polish Academy of Sciences. The symbols demonstrated consistent grammatical structure, suggesting a genuine language rather than random markings. Yet no linguistic family could be identified, and the symbols appeared nowhere else in the extensive documentation from other camps. The third sealed room tells perhaps the most troubling story. Located in the women's barracks of Birkenau, it was closed to the public in 1978 after visitors began reporting unusual experiences. The official explanation cited structural concerns, but internal museum correspondence, released decades later through archival research, reveals a different motivation. Guards and tour guides had documented over 40 separate incidents of visitors becoming disoriented in this particular room, often claiming to hear voices speaking in languages they couldn't identify. More disturbing were the physical artifacts found during a 1977 inventory. Hidden beneath floorboards that had been carefully replaced, researchers discovered small bundles of fabric containing what appeared to be pressed flowers. Chemical analysis revealed the plant material was not native to Poland, nor to any region from which prisoners were known to have been transported. The flowers were preserved using techniques that wouldn't be developed until the 1960s, yet radiocarbon dating placed them firmly in the 1940s. Each bundle was wrapped in fabric torn from prison uniforms, and many contained small paper notes written in the same unidentifiable symbol system found in Crematorium 3rd. The notes were brief, typically consisting of 15 to 20 symbols arranged in what appeared to be mathematical or chemical formulas. Dr. Maria Orwid, who led the psychiatric research team studying Holocaust survivors in Krakow, examined the notes and observed that their structure resembled the pattern of memory encoding techniques used in certain therapeutic practices, though no such techniques existed during the war years. The museum's current position is that these rooms contain materials too fragile for public viewing, and that the preservation requirements exceed their current conservation capabilities. When pressed for timelines regarding when these capabilities might be developed, museum officials provide estimates that extend decades into the future. What makes these sealed rooms particularly haunting is not just their physical contents, but their suggestion of hidden layers of human experience within the camp system. The evidence points to prisoners who somehow maintained intellectual and creative activities that history has not recorded. The maps, the equations, the symbols, the preserved flowers, these artifacts speak to a level of organization and continuity that challenges our understanding of how consciousness persists under extreme duress. The locked doors at Auschwitz-Birkenau protect more than historical artifacts. They guard mysteries about human resilience that we may not be prepared to understand. In a place designed to obliterate identity and meaning, someone found ways to create, to calculate, to preserve beauty, and to communicate across time in languages that existed nowhere else. These rooms remind us that even in the most thoroughly documented tragedy in human history, profound mysteries remain. Behind those locked doors, the past continues to speak in voices we haven't learned to hear, using symbols we haven't learned to read, preserving truths we haven't learned to comprehend. The silence that surrounds these sealed rooms is not empty. It's heavy with questions that challenge everything we thought we knew about the limits of human endurance, creativity, and hope. The strange human Taos. 2% of the population in Taos, New Mexico, hears something the other 98% cannot. A low-frequency hum, persistent and maddening, that has no identifiable source, despite decades of investigation. Scientists call them hearers, a clinical term for people experiencing an auditory phenomenon that defies conventional explanation. The sound resembles a distant diesel engine idling just beyond the horizon, a frequency that seems to pulse through the desert air at approximately 32 Hz. Those who hear it describe sleepless nights, irritation that borders on desperation, and the unsettling feeling that something invisible is constantly running somewhere just out of sight. Some say it's strongest at dawn, others claim it never stops. Drs. Joe Mullins, a mechanical engineer and acoustics expert, first documented the Taos hum in 1993 after receiving complaints from residents who insisted something was wrong with their environment. What he found challenged everything conventional science understood about sound transmission and human auditory perception. The hum appeared to affect only certain individuals, with no correlation to age, gender, or hearing ability. More puzzling still, sensitive acoustic equipment detected nothing unusual in the frequency ranges where hearers reported the sound. The affected residents weren't suffering from tinnitus or other known auditory conditions. Medical examinations revealed normal hearing function, yet the distress was real, documented, and persistent. Some described the sensation as sound felt rather than heard, as if their bodies were resonating with an electromagnetic field. Others reported that the hum seemed to originate from inside their homes, their cars, even their own heads when they traveled far from Taos. Geographic surveys revealed the phenomenon clustered in specific areas around the town, with no apparent correlation to geological features, altitude, or proximity to industrial activity. The affected zones didn't follow typical patterns of sound propagation. They seemed random, scattered across the high desert landscape, like invisible pockets of acoustic disturbance. Military installations in the region drew immediate suspicion. Kirtland Air Force Base lies roughly 60 miles southeast of Taos, and Los Alamos National Laboratory sits even closer. Both facilities conduct classified research involving electromagnetic radiation, underground testing, and experimental aircraft. When pressed for information, officials acknowledged awareness of the complaints, but denied any connection to military activities. The timing raised questions. Reports of the hum began surfacing in the early 1990s, coinciding with the end of the Cold War and a shift in military research priorities. Former weapons programs were being repurposed for new technologies. Underground facilities that once housed nuclear testing were being converted for projects involving extremely low-frequency communication systems designed to penetrate deep into the Earth and communicate with submarines anywhere in the world. ELF communication systems operate in frequency ranges between 3 and 30 Hz, precisely the range where Taos hearers report their experiences. These systems require massive antenna arrays and generate electromagnetic fields that can travel thousands of miles through solid rock. The physics suggests such signals could theoretically interact with human neural networks, particularly in individuals with certain genetic predispositions to electromagnetic sensitivity. Yet official investigations found no evidence of LF transmissions in the Taos area. The Navy's LF communication facility in Wisconsin was 3 states away. Ground-penetrating radar surveys detected no unusual underground installations. Electromagnetic field measurements showed normal background levels throughout the affected zones. Dr. Mullins expanded his research, discovering that Taos wasn't unique. Similar phenomena had been reported in Bristol, England, where residents complained of a low-frequency hum that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The same pattern appeared in Kokomo, Indiana, and later in dozens of other locations worldwide. Each case shared identical characteristics: a small percentage of the population affected, frequency ranges between 30 and 80 Hz, and the complete absence of detectable acoustic sources. The global nature of the phenomenon suggested either a coordinated technological cause or something far more fundamental about human auditory perception. Some researchers proposed that certain individuals possessed heightened sensitivity to natural electromagnetic fields generated by geological activity, solar radiation, or atmospheric pressure changes. Others argued that the hum represented a form of mass psychogenic illness, a collective auditory hallucination triggered by environmental stress. Geological surveys in Taos revealed the town sits atop a complex network of underground water systems and mineral deposits. The area's unique combination of high altitude, dry climate, and metallic ore concentrations could theoretically create natural electromagnetic anomalies. Piezoelectric effects from underground quartz formations might generate low-frequency vibrations that resonate through the Earth's crust, creating acoustic phenomena detectable only by individuals with exceptional sensitivity. The human factor remained the most puzzling element. Why did only 2% of the population experience the human? Genetic analysis of affected individuals revealed no common markers. Psychological profiles showed no shared personality traits or mental health conditions. The only consistent factor was the subjective experience itself, a sound that seemed to exist at the very edge of human perception, just barely audible yet impossible to ignore. Modern research has focused on the concept of microseismic activity, tiny earthquakes and underground movements that occur constantly beneath populated areas. These microtremors generate vibrations in frequency ranges that overlap with reported human experiences. Perhaps certain individuals possess an evolutionary adaptation that allows them to perceive seismic activity as auditory information, an early warning system for geological instability. The mystery deepened when several hearers reported that the HUME stopped during power outages, suggesting some connection to electrical infrastructure. Yet comprehensive surveys of power lines, transformers, and electrical systems revealed no correlations with reported HUME locations. The phenomenon seemed to transcend conventional categories of natural versus artificial, organic versus technological. Today, the Taos HUME continues. New residents occasionally join the ranks of hearers, while others report the sound fading over time. The affected population remains steady at roughly 2%, with no clear pattern of onset or resolution. Scientists continue monitoring the area, hoping that advances in acoustic technology might finally reveal the source of this decades-old mystery. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect isn't the sound itself, but what it represents about the limits of human understanding. In an age of unprecedented technological sophistication, a simple auditory phenomenon in a small desert town remains completely unexplained. The hearers of Taos have become unwitting participants in a mystery that challenges our most basic assumptions about sound, perception, and the hidden processes that shape our sensory experience of the world. Area 51's classified mysteries. In the Nevada desert, where the sun bleaches everything to bone and the horizon shimmers with heat mirages, lies a place that officially doesn't exist. For decades, the US government maintained that Area 51 was nothing more than empty wasteland. Maps showed blank space. Aviation charts marked it as restricted airspace with no explanation. Yet satellite images revealed runways longer than most commercial airports, aircraft hangars that could house entire city blocks, and a complex of buildings that sprawled across the desert floor like a metallic constellation. The facility's existence wasn't acknowledged by the CIA until 2013, nearly 60 years after its establishment. Even then, the admission came buried in declassified documents about the U-2 spy plane program, released almost as an afterthought. By that time, Area 51 had become something far more complex than a simple military installation. It had evolved into a symbol of governmental secrecy, a place where the line between fact and speculation had been blurred beyond recognition. What makes Area 51 truly fascinating isn't the UFO mythology that surrounds it, but the verifiable history of what actually happened there. The facility, officially known as Groom Lake, was established in 1955 as a testing ground for experimental aircraft. The location was chosen for its isolation, a dry lakebed surrounded by mountains, far from prying eyes and civilian air traffic. The nearest town, Rachel, Nevada, has fewer than 50 residents and sits 30 miles away across empty desert. The secrecy surrounding Area 51 wasn't originally about hiding evidence of extraterrestrial life. It was about hiding the development of aircraft so advanced that they seemed otherworldly to anyone who glimpsed them. The U-2 spy plane, developed there in the 1950s, could fly at altitudes of 70,000 feet higher than any known aircraft at the time. When commercial airline pilots spotted these metallic objects moving at impossible altitudes, their reports were filed away as UFO sightings rather than compromising a classified program. The pattern repeated with subsequent aircraft. The A-12 Oxcart, predecessor to the SR-71 Blackbird, underwent testing at Area 51 in the 1960s. This triangular aircraft, with its angular design and ability to fly at 3 times the speed of sound, looked nothing like conventional planes. The F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter, with its faceted surfaces designed to deflect radar, was so geometrically unusual that it appeared almost crystalline against the desert sky. Each of these aircraft programs generated UFO reports. The timing is documented in declassified Air Force files. Spikes in unidentified aerial phenomena reports consistently coincided with test flights of experimental aircraft. The government, faced with a choice between revealing classified military capabilities or allowing UFO speculation to continue, chose the latter. The mythology became a form of camouflage, protecting genuinely revolutionary technology behind a curtain of alien conspiracy theories. But the documented aircraft programs only account for a fraction of Area 51's activities. Former employees, speaking decades after their service, describe projects that remain classified. Ben Rich, former director of Lockheed's Skunk Works division, once stated that they had developed technologies that would seem like science fiction to most people. He made these comments in the 1990s, referring to programs from the 1970s and 1980s that still hadn't been publicly acknowledged. The facility's security measures are themselves a source of intrigue. The perimeter is monitored by sensors so sensitive they can detect footsteps from miles away. Guards, known locally as camo dudes, patrol in unmarked vehicles and have authorization to use deadly force. Warning signs around the perimeter threaten prosecution and fines exceeding $600,000 for unauthorized entry. The airspace above is restricted to such a degree that even military aircraft require special clearance to fly through it. What's documented is that Area 51 serves as a testing ground for acquired foreign aircraft. During the Cold War, the facility was used to evaluate captured Soviet MiG fighters, allowing American pilots to train against actual enemy aircraft rather than simulations. This practice, known as the HAV programs, continued for decades. Former Soviet aircraft, obtained through various means, were disassembled, transported to Area 51, and reassembled for testing. The facility's runway configuration suggests capabilities that extend far beyond conventional aircraft testing. The main runway stretches 14,000 feet, with additional runways arranged in a triangular pattern. This design allows for simultaneous operations in multiple directions, suggesting either very high levels of activity or aircraft with unusual flight characteristics. Commercial satellite imagery, available since the 1990s, shows constant construction and modification of facilities, indicating ongoing programs that remain classified. Perhaps most intriguingly, Area 51 connects to a network of underground facilities throughout the Nevada test site. The geology of the region, with its stable bedrock and low seismic activity, makes it ideal for subterranean construction. Former employees have described tunnel systems and underground hangars, though the full extent of these facilities remains unknown. The energy requirements for such a complex would be substantial, yet the facility's power infrastructure is largely invisible from satellite imagery, suggesting underground distribution systems. The psychological impact of Area 51 extends far beyond its physical boundaries. The facility has become a cultural touchstone for governmental secrecy, a place where the public's distrust of official explanations crystallizes around a single location. The fact that the government maintained the fiction of the facility's non-existence for so long only reinforced suspicions about what other secrets might be hidden there. Recent developments have added new layers to the mystery. In 2017, the Pentagon acknowledged the existence of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, a classified initiative that investigated unexplained aerial phenomena. While the program wasn't based at Area 51, its existence suggested that the government's interest in unusual aircraft extends beyond foreign technology acquisition. The truth about Area 51 may be simultaneously more mundane and more extraordinary than popular culture suggests. It's likely a place where the boundaries of aerospace technology are pushed to their limits, where aircraft that won't be publicly acknowledged for decades undergo their first flights. The secrecy isn't necessarily about hiding contact with extraterrestrial intelligence, it's about maintaining technological advantages that could reshape global power dynamics. In the end, Area 51 remains what it has always been, a place where the future is tested away from the world's gaze, where the impossible becomes possible through human ingenuity and unlimited resources. The real mystery isn't whether alien spacecraft are hidden there, but what human achievements lie concealed behind those warning signs, waiting for their moment to emerge from the shadows and change everything we think we know about what's possible. The Lascaux Cave's Hidden Wonders. When French teenagers discovered a hidden cave in 1940, they expected adventure. What they found instead was a 17,000-year-old gallery that would rewrite everything we thought we knew about early human consciousness. Today, fewer than 6 people per year are allowed inside the original Lascaux cave, and what they witness challenges the very foundation of human history. The cave sits beneath the rolling hills of southwestern France, its entrance sealed behind multiple airlocks and climate control systems. The paintings within are so fragile that a single breath can begin their deterioration. Carbon dioxide from human lungs literally erases these ancient masterpieces, molecule by molecule. The French government guards access more strictly than state secrets, and for good reason. What lies inside suggests our ancestors possessed capabilities we're only beginning to comprehend. The paintings themselves defy every assumption about prehistoric human intelligence. These aren't crude stick figures or primitive scratches on stone. The artists who worked here 17,000 years ago created images of such sophistication that modern masters study them with reverence. Bulls thunder across the ceiling in perfect anatomical detail. Horses gallop with muscles tensed in motion. Deer leap with grace that captures the very essence of movement. But the technical mastery is perhaps the least mysterious aspect of Lascaux. The cave's artists understood perspective, shading, and dimensional representation. They mixed pigments with a knowledge of chemistry that produces colors still vibrant after 17 millennia. They used the cave's natural contours to create three-dimensional effects that make painted animals seem to emerge from the rock itself. The chosen few who enter describe an experience that transcends mere observation. Dr. Marie Fontaine, one of the cave's official guardians, spent 3 decades studying these paintings. Her voice carries an almost religious reverence when she speaks of her first entry. The paintings seem to move in flickering conservation lighting. She explains, ancient artists positioned their work to take advantage of shadows cast by fires and torches, creating cinema before the concept existed. Yet the deeper mystery lies not in how these paintings were created, but why. The cave paintings show no evidence of human habitation. No tools, no living spaces, no refuse from daily life. The cave was never home to these artists. They ventured into absolute darkness, carrying materials and light sources, for the sole purpose of creating art in a place where no one would typically venture. This challenges fundamental assumptions about early human priorities. We've long believed that prehistoric people focused entirely on survival: hunt, gather, reproduce, shelter from danger. Art was supposedly a luxury that came only after basic needs were secured. But Lascaux suggests something different. These people invested enormous time and resources in creating beauty that would remain hidden in darkness, appreciated only by future generations who might never come. The cave's layout adds another layer to the mystery. The paintings aren't randomly distributed. They follow specific patterns that seem to correspond to natural acoustics. Recent studies reveal that the most elaborate paintings cluster in areas where the cave's acoustics are most pronounced. A whisper in these locations carries throughout the chamber. A song echoes with cathedral-like resonance. Could Lascaux have been a prehistoric temple, a sacred space where early humans gathered for ceremonies we can't begin to understand? The evidence suggests ritual use that goes far beyond simple artistic expression. Certain animals appear repeatedly in specific locations. Bulls dominate the Great Hall. Horses cluster near the entrance. Deer inhabit the deeper recesses. This isn't random decoration but intentional symbolism following rules lost to time. The cave's discoverers described finding hollowed-out stones that might have held burning fat for lighting. Analysis of these primitive lamps reveals they could burn for hours, casting steady light across the painted galleries. The artists weren't working in brief moments between hunting expeditions. They were engaged in dedicated artistic sessions that required planning, preparation, and sustained effort. Perhaps most intriguingly, the paintings show species that hadn't been seen in the region for thousands of years before the cave was sealed. Aurochs, cave lions, woolly rhinoceros. Either the artists were working from cultural memories passed down through generations, or they were painting contemporary scenes of an Ice Age world we're still struggling to understand. The restriction of access means that most of what we know about Lascaux comes through carefully controlled documentation. Researchers use high-resolution scanning and digital recreation to study details without physically entering the cave, but something is inevitably lost in translation. The conservators who do enter speak of an emotional impact that can't be captured in photographs or virtual reality. The cave's atmosphere carries a weight that seems to transcend its physical properties. The paintings create an immersive environment where past and present blur. Standing in chambers where prehistoric artists worked by flickering firelight, surrounded by images that capture the essence of a vanished world, visitors report a profound sense of connection across an almost incomprehensible span of time. The mystery deepens when considering how these early humans navigated the cave's complex passages in complete darkness. They mapped intricate routes through chambers and corridors without modern lighting, carrying materials and creating scaffolding to reach ceiling paintings 30 feet above the floor. This speaks to organizational abilities and spatial reasoning that challenges every assumption about prehistoric human capabilities. Today, the original Lascaux remains sealed to preserve its treasures for future generations. A replica cave allows visitors to experience something approaching the original wonder, but those who've seen both describe the difference as profound. The original carries an energy that can't be replicated, a presence that seems to emerge from the intersection of human creativity and geological time. The cave keeps its secrets, revealing them only to the few trusted with direct access. What other insights await discovery in those restricted chambers? What messages did our ancestors encode in pigment and stone, waiting for us to develop the wisdom to understand them? The answers remain hidden in darkness, guarded by time, and the careful stewardship of those who understand that some mysteries are too precious to rush. The laminated Ramayana in India. Deep in the heart of India's most guarded library sits a manuscript that has puzzled scholars for over 2 centuries. The laminated Ramayana isn't just another copy of the ancient epic. It's a version that appears to be sealed between layers of an unknown crystalline substance, transparent as glass yet harder than steel. When British colonial administrators first documented it in 1847, they noted something that still disturbs researchers today. The text seems to shift and change depending on who's reading it. The manuscript was discovered in a vault beneath the Saraswati Mahal Library in Thanjavur, Tamil Nadu, during renovations that revealed a chamber no one knew existed. What the workers found challenged everything we thought we knew about ancient Indian preservation techniques. The Ramayana, one of Hinduism's most sacred epics, had been somehow embedded between layers of a material that modern science still cannot identify or replicate. Dr. Meera Krishnamurthy, a Sanskrit scholar who was granted rare access to the manuscript in 1994, described her experience as deeply unsettling. She reported that verses appeared to rewrite themselves as she read, revealing passages that don't exist in any other known version of the Ramayana. More troubling still, these variant passages seem to respond to her questions, as if the text itself was alive and interactive. The lamination process itself defies explanation. Carbon dating of organic materials trapped within the layers suggests the manuscript is approximately 800 years old, yet the crystalline substance shows no signs of aging or degradation. When researchers attempted to take microscopic samples for analysis, their tools simply couldn't penetrate the surface. It's as if the material exists in a state of suspended animation, frozen in time, yet somehow still dynamic. What makes this version of the Ramayana particularly intriguing are the geographical descriptions it contains. While traditional versions of the epic describe locations that scholars have long debated, this laminated text provides coordinates and astronomical references that seem to point to real places, but places that don't match our current understanding of ancient India's geography. Some passages describe flying cities and underground realms with such precise detail that several modern archaeologists have used them as guides for excavations. The most disturbing aspect of the manuscript, however, is its apparent selectivity about who can read it. Only certain individuals seem able to decipher the text, and there's no clear pattern to determine who will have access and who will find the pages completely blank. Dr. Krishnamurthy's colleague, Professor James Whitfield from Oxford, spent 3 days studying the manuscript and reported seeing nothing but empty pages. Yet when a local temple priest was brought in to examine it, he immediately began reciting passages that no one else could see. The library's current curator, Dr. Rajesh Nair, has maintained strict protocols around the manuscript since taking over in 2008. Only 12 people have been granted access to study it in the past 15 years, and each has reported radically different experiences. Some see traditional verses from the known Ramayana, others encounter completely foreign texts, and a few have reported seeing what appears to be prophetic material describing events that later came to pass. One particularly unsettling account comes from Dr. Sarah Chen, a digital preservation specialist who was called in to create a technological record of the manuscript in 2011. Her high-resolution scanners and cameras captured images of the pages, but when the digital files were reviewed, they showed completely different content than what she had observed with her naked eye. The photographs revealed architectural diagrams and what appeared to be technical specifications for structures that don't exist in any known civilization. The Indian government has classified many details about the manuscript, citing cultural preservation concerns, but leaked documents suggest that several international research teams have been denied access, specifically because their preliminary findings were deemed too sensitive for public release. A 2018 report from the Archaeological Survey of India mentioned anomalous properties that require further investigation under controlled conditions, but provided no additional details. Local legends surrounding the manuscript add another layer of mystery. Temple records from the 16th century mention a living scripture that was sealed away because it revealed too much about the divine realm. According to these accounts, the text was laminated not to preserve it, but to contain it, to prevent the knowledge within from escaping into the physical world. The crystalline material itself has become a subject of intense speculation. Materials scientists who have studied it remotely through photographs and sensor data describe properties that seem to violate several principles of physics. The substance appears to be simultaneously transparent and opaque, depending on the angle of observation, and sensors detect electromagnetic signatures that fluctuate in patterns that don't match any known mineral or synthetic compound. What troubles researchers most is the manuscript's apparent ability to influence the people who study it. Several scholars have reported having vivid dreams about ancient India after their encounters with the text. Dreams so detailed and consistent that they've begun to wonder if they're accessing some form of historical memory embedded in the manuscript itself. The questions surrounding the laminated Ramayana extend far beyond simple historical curiosity. If this text truly does contain variant passages that respond to individual readers, it suggests a level of technological sophistication in ancient India that challenges our entire understanding of historical development. The possibility that such an interactive document could have been created 8 centuries ago implies knowledge and capabilities that we're only beginning to develop today. Dr. Nair continues to receive requests from researchers worldwide, but access remains severely restricted. The manuscript sits in its climate-controlled vault, sealed away from most human contact, its secrets locked behind layers of mystery as impenetrable as the crystalline substance that preserves it. The laminated Ramayana remains one of India's most closely guarded treasures, a document that seems to exist at the intersection of ancient wisdom and impossible technology. Whether it's truly an interactive text or simply a remarkable example of preservation techniques we've yet to understand, it continues to challenge our assumptions about what was possible in the ancient world. The deceptive depths of Loch Ness. When professional sonar equipment detects a 30-foot object moving at impossible speeds through the inky depths of a Scottish loch, and the operators can't explain what they're seeing, well, that's when legends stop feeling quite so legendary. Loch Ness stretches 23 miles through the Scottish Highlands, its dark waters holding more liquid than all the lakes of England and Wales combined. The loch plunges to depths of over 700 feet, creating a vast underwater cathedral of perpetual darkness, where the temperature hovers just above freezing year-round. These aren't conditions that welcome casual exploration. They're conditions that hide things. The modern fascination began in 1933, when George Spicer and his wife were driving along the newly constructed road beside the loch. What they described seeing cross their path that July afternoon challenged everything they thought they knew about the natural world. A creature unlike anything in zoological records, moving with purpose through landscape that had remained unchanged for millennia. The Spicers weren't attention seekers or folklore enthusiasts. They were ordinary people who witnessed something extraordinary, and their account sparked a mystery that has endured for nearly a century. But the creature's story reaches much deeper into Scottish history than that roadside encounter. The earliest recorded mention appears in the 7th century, when St. Columba allegedly encountered a water beast in the River Ness. Medieval chronicles speak of strange sightings. Local Highland traditions whisper of the Uchwys, a shape-shifting water spirit that inhabited the deep lochs. These weren't modern hoaxes or tourist attractions. They were consistent reports spanning more than 1,000 years, describing something that lived in waters too deep and dark for casual observation. The loch itself defies easy understanding. Its unusual geology creates acoustic properties that confuse even sophisticated equipment. Sound waves behave strangely in Ness, creating echoes that seem to come from nowhere, and shadows that move independently of their sources. The water contains high levels of peat, reducing visibility to mere feet below the surface. Underwater currents flow in patterns that marine biologists struggle to map. These aren't conditions that breed clarity. They're conditions that breed mystery. Dr. Robert Rines, a respected patent attorney and inventor, spent decades applying cutting-edge technology to unlock the loch's secrets. His underwater photography expeditions in the 1970s produced images that still puzzle experts today. Sonar readings that suggested massive objects moving through the depths. Photographs showing what appeared to be appendages unlike any known aquatic life. Rines wasn't a cryptozoologist or paranormal investigator. He was a scientist who approached the mystery with rigorous methodology and emerged with more questions than answers. The challenge of investigating Loch Ness extends beyond its physical properties. The sheer volume of water creates a search area comparable to looking for something specific in a liquid mountain. Traditional marine survey techniques, designed for open ocean environments, prove inadequate for the loch's unique characteristics. The combination of depth, darkness, and chemical composition creates what researchers describe as an investigation nightmare. Even with modern technology, vast sections of the loch remain unexplored, unmapped, and essentially unknown. Steve Feltham has spent more than 3 decades living beside Loch Ness, dedicating his life to understanding what might inhabit its depths. His daily observations, recorded meticulously over thousands of hours, reveal patterns in the loch's behavior that casual visitors never notice. Unusual surface disturbances that follow no recognizable weather patterns, sonar anomalies that appear and disappear without explanation. Feltham's commitment represents something deeper than curiosity. It represents the recognition that some mysteries demand patience, dedication, and acceptance, that answers might emerge slowly, if at all. The scientific community's approach to Loch Ness reflects the uncomfortable position of investigating phenomena that exist outside established frameworks. Marine biologists acknowledge that the loch could theoretically support large aquatic life forms. The ecosystem contains sufficient food sources. The water temperature remains stable year-round. The depth provides ample hiding space, yet no definitive evidence has emerged to prove the existence of unknown species, creating a scientific stalemate that has persisted for decades. Environmental DNA sampling, a relatively new technique, has added another layer to the mystery. Scientists can now detect genetic traces of every organism that has lived in a body of water, creating a comprehensive biological inventory. When researchers applied this technology to Loch Ness, they found evidence of expected species and genetic material that defied easy classification. The results didn't prove the existence of unknown creatures, but they didn't disprove it either. They simply added more questions to an already complex puzzle. The tourism industry surrounding Loch Ness has undoubtedly influenced public perception of the mystery. Commercialization brings both opportunity and corruption, making it difficult to separate genuine investigation from entertainment. Yet beneath the surface of tourist boats and souvenir shops, serious researchers continue their work. They install monitoring equipment, analyze water samples, and document unexplained phenomena with the same rigor applied to any scientific endeavor. Local residents maintain a different relationship with the loch's mysteries. Generations of Scottish families have lived beside these waters, accumulating stories and observations that outsiders rarely hear. Their accounts, passed down through oral tradition, describe encounters that predate modern tourism by centuries. These testimonies carry the weight of lived experience rather than commercial interest, offering insights that scientific instruments cannot replicate. The deeper question surrounding Loch Ness isn't whether unknown creatures inhabit its depths. The deeper question is why this particular mystery has captured human imagination so completely. The loch represents something fundamental about our relationship with the unknown. It offers the possibility that our world still contains secrets, that exploration and discovery remain possible even in an age of satellite mapping and digital surveillance. In the end, Loch Ness guards its secrets with the patience of geological time. The dark waters continue their ancient patterns, largely indifferent to human curiosity or technological investigation. Whether those depths conceal unknown life forms or simply reflect our own desire for mystery, the loch remains a place where certainty dissolves into possibility, where the familiar world reveals its unfamiliar edges. The Phantom Island of Hy-Brasil. For hundreds of years, cartographers placed a mysterious island southwest of Ireland that couldn't be found by any ship that sailed to its coordinates. They called it Hy-Brasil, and it appeared on maps from the 1300s until the 1800s, consistently positioned in the same location, drawn with the same distinctive circular shape divided by a river running through its center. What makes this truly unsettling is that dozens of respected explorers claim to have actually visited this phantom landmass. The island's name comes from the Irish Brisel, meaning High King of the World, and according to Celtic mythology, it was cloaked in permanent mist, becoming visible only once every 7 years. Medieval sailors spoke of it as the Island of the Blessed, a place where time moved differently, and the inhabitants possessed knowledge lost to the rest of humanity. But here's where the legend bleeds into documented history in ways that continue to puzzle researchers. In 1325, Genoese cartographer Angelino de Delorto placed Hy-Brasil on his map, marking it as a large circular island. This wasn't artistic license or maritime folklore making its way onto official documents. For the next 5 centuries, virtually every major map of the North Atlantic included this island. The Venetian Framaro map of 1459 shows it clearly. The famous Mercator charts of the 1500s mark its position. Even the British Admiralty included it on navigational charts well into the 1800s. What sets Hy-Brasil apart from other phantom islands is the consistency of witness testimony. In 1480, John Jay the Younger, a respected Bristol merchant, reported sailing from England specifically to find the island. His ship's log, preserved in the Bristol archives, states that they reached what appeared to be a coast shrouded in impenetrable fog, but couldn't make landfall due to dangerous currents. 2 years later, another Bristol expedition led by John Lloyd claimed to have spent an entire day on the island before it vanished beneath morning mist. The most detailed account comes from Captain John Nisbet in 1674. His ship, caught in a fierce Atlantic storm, reportedly found shelter in a harbor on Hy-Brasil's eastern shore. Nisbet's crew described a landscape of green hills dotted with strange stone structures, inhabited by people who spoke an archaic form of Irish Gaelic. They claimed to have been welcomed by the islanders, who told them their home appeared in the mortal world only briefly before returning to what they called the hidden realm. More peculiar still is Nisbet's description of the island's geography. He drew detailed charts showing a perfectly circular landmass bisected by a river, with 2 distinct sections connected by a narrow bridge. This matches exactly the configuration shown on maps dating back 3 centuries before his voyage. Either Nisbet was perpetuating an elaborate hoax using historical sources, or he was describing something he genuinely encountered. Modern oceanographic surveys have found no trace of any landmass in the coordinates consistently attributed to Hy-Brasil. The ocean floor in this region shows no evidence of a submerged island, volcanic activity, or geological formations that could explain the persistent reports. Yet the accounts kept coming, even as navigation technology improved and the Atlantic became increasingly well mapped. In 1878, T.J. Westrop, a noted Irish antiquarian, claimed to have visited the island 3 times. His final visit, he said, included his mother and 2 family friends as witnesses. Westrop described seeing the island appear as a dark mass on the horizon, growing clearer as their boat approached, until they could make out individual buildings and what appeared to be cultivated fields. As they drew closer, the entire landmass began to fade, becoming translucent before vanishing entirely. The British Admiralty finally removed Hy-Brasil from their charts in 1873, noting that exhaustive surveys have failed to locate any landmass in the designated coordinates. But removal from official maps didn't end the sightings. Into the 20th century, pilots flying over the North Atlantic occasionally reported seeing what appeared to be an island that didn't match any known geographical features. Some researchers have proposed that Hy-Brasil might have been a misidentification of Rockall, a small rocky islet about 200 miles west of Scotland. Others suggest it could have been mirages caused by atmospheric conditions that made distant land masses appear closer than they actually were. But these explanations fail to account for the specificity of the reports, the consistency of the island's described features, or the fact that experienced navigators would have struggled to mistake a small rocky outcrop for a substantial inhabited island. Celtic mythology offers another perspective. Ancient Irish texts describe Hy-Brasil as one of the otherworld islands, places that existed partially in our realm and partially in the realm of the spirits. According to these traditions, certain locations could phase in and out of physical reality, appearing to mortals only under specific conditions or when the boundary between worlds grew thin. Archaeological evidence suggests that medieval Irish monks were familiar with far-flung Atlantic islands. The monasteries of Skellig Michael, perched on incredibly remote rocks off the Irish coast, prove that Celtic seafarers could navigate to and inhabit seemingly impossible locations. If they did know of other islands, ones that appeared and disappeared due to unique geological or atmospheric conditions, it might explain why Hy-Brasil appeared on maps for so long. The island's gradual disappearance from official records coincides with the rise of precise longitude measurements and steamship navigation. As the Atlantic became more thoroughly documented, spaces for mystery inevitably shrank. Yet something about Hy-Brasil's legend persists in ways that other phantom islands don't. Today, no ship can legally dock at Hy-Brasil, because officially, it doesn't exist. The coordinates that once marked its position on countless maps now designate empty ocean. But in the vast reaches of the North Atlantic, where weather patterns can create optical illusions, and where the ocean floor still holds secrets, the possibility lingers that somewhere beyond our current understanding of geography, a circular island divided by a river continues to drift between the visible and the invisible, waiting for the right conditions to reveal itself once more. The cursed treasure of the Oak Island. Since 1795, Oak Island has claimed more than a dozen lives, consumed millions of dollars, and defeated every attempt to unlock its secrets. 6 separate theories exist about what lies buried there, and each one feels impossible until you consider the alternative explanations. The island sits quietly in Mahone Bay, Nova Scotia, looking unremarkable from the water. 99 feet of beach grass and oak trees, roughly the size of a city block. But beneath that ordinary surface, something has been drawing treasure hunters for over 2 centuries. The deeper they dig, the more elaborate the obstacles become, as if the island itself were designed to protect whatever rests at its heart. It started with 3 teenagers exploring in the summer of 1795. Daniel McGuinness, Anthony Vaughan, and John Smith found a circular depression in the ground, about 13 feet across, with a tackle block hanging from the oak tree directly above it. The earth was loose, clearly excavated before and recently filled. They returned with shovels and began digging. At 10 feet, they hit a platform of oak logs sealed with putty. They cleared it and kept digging. At 20 feet, another platform. At 30 feet, a third. The pattern continued with mechanical precision, each level separated by exactly 10 feet of carefully replaced earth. Someone had spent considerable time and effort engineering this shaft, and they'd done it well before 1795. The boys eventually had to abandon their dig, but they returned as men with more resources. What they found established a pattern that would repeat for the next 2 centuries. The closer you get to the bottom, the more dangerous the island becomes. The first organized excavation came in 1803. The Onslow Company picked up where the boys left off, finding platforms at 40, 50, and 60 feet. But at 90 feet, they discovered something that changed everything. A flat stone bearing strange symbols, characters that didn't match any known language. The stone was about 3 feet long, 16 inches wide, and roughly 2 inches thick. When they finally managed to translate it in 1865, the message was tantalizing. 40 feet below, 2 million pounds lie buried. But the island had other plans. The morning after finding the stone, the excavation team returned to find their shaft flooded with 60 feet of salt water. No amount of bailing could lower the level. The water tasted of the ocean, but the nearest high tide was hundreds of feet away. Somehow, seawater was entering the shaft faster than they could remove it. That's when they discovered the first flood tunnel. The island's creators had engineered a system of channels that would automatically flood any deep excavation. The tunnels ran from the shore to the main shaft, triggered by the weight and pressure of digging equipment. It was a mechanism designed to activate decades or centuries after its construction, protecting the treasure from anyone who might eventually find it. The more they learned about the flood system, the more impressive it became. The tunnels weren't simple channels, but sophisticated hydraulic engineering. They included collecting boxes, settling ponds, and multiple trigger points. Someone had spent years building this protection system, and they'd done it with tools and knowledge that exceeded what most people possessed in the 18th century. In 1849, the Truro Company brought in professional mining equipment, determined to defeat the flood tunnels. They drilled down past the water level and brought up samples from deep underground. At 98 feet, the drill struck something metallic. The samples contained pieces of parchment with legible writing, small fragments of gold, and links from what appeared to be a gold chain. But when they tried to excavate, the water returned. This time, it was coming from a second flood tunnel, completely separate from the first. The island's engineers had built redundant systems, anticipating that treasure hunters might discover and block one tunnel. The pattern continued through the 19th and 20th centuries. Each new expedition brought better technology and found more elaborate obstacles. The Hedon expedition of 1935 used steam-powered equipment and found concrete chambers at depths that required advanced engineering to construct. The Restall family spent 6 years in the 1960s mapping underground caverns and artificial channels, only to have 4 members die in a single day from hydrogen sulfide poisoning. The most puzzling discoveries came from the areas surrounding the main shaft. Searchers found a lead cross dated to the 14th century, well before Columbus reached the Americas. They discovered coconut fiber 3 feet underground, despite coconuts being native to tropical regions thousands of miles away. Carbon dating placed the fiber between 1200 and 1400 CE. In 1971, cameras lowered into the flooded chambers captured images that defied explanation. The footage showed what appeared to be a severed hand floating in the water, wooden chests and tools scattered across the chamber floor. But when divers tried to reach these objects, they found nothing but empty water. The theories about what lies buried range from the practical to the extraordinary. Some believe it's Captain Kidd's treasure, buried with typical pirate thoroughness. Others point to the Knights Templar, suggesting they transported sacred artifacts or the Holy Grail to North America centuries before official European settlement. The coconut fiber and sophisticated engineering support this theory, as the Templars were known for their advanced construction techniques. More recent theories focus on the Shakespearean manuscripts, proposing that Francis Bacon's original writings were hidden there to preserve evidence of the true authorship of Shakespeare's works. The parchment fragments found in 1849 support this possibility, though they've never been definitively analyzed. The island continues to resist every attempt at excavation. Modern equipment fails in unexpected ways. Perfectly timed storms halt progress at crucial moments, and the flood tunnels still operate exactly as designed centuries ago. Current estimates suggest the treasure, whatever it is, lies approximately 200 feet below the surface, deeper than any successful excavation has reached. Oak Island's greatest mystery might not be what's buried there, but why someone went to such extraordinary lengths to keep it hidden. The engineering required to build those flood tunnels and underground chambers would have taken years and considerable resources. Whatever lies at the bottom was worth protecting, with a system designed to outlast empires and defeat technologies that didn't exist when it was built. The island keeps its secrets, waiting patiently for someone clever enough to solve a puzzle that has stumped some of the most determined treasure hunters in history. The Secret Cathedral of the Damned. When restoration workers arrived at the Cappella San Severo in Naples in 1987, they discovered something that made the Vatican immediately restrict all further access. Behind a false wall in the chapel's lower chambers, they found anatomical figures so perfectly preserved that modern science still cannot explain the technique used to create them. The chapel's doors have remained locked to researchers ever since. The Prince of San Severo, Raimondo di Sangro, was not merely an 18th century nobleman. He was an alchemist, inventor, and member of secret societies whose experiments pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible. His private chapel, officially dedicated to religious devotion, became something far more mysterious after his death in 1771. The chapel sits in the heart of Naples, its Baroque exterior giving no hint of the enigmas contained within. For decades, visitors could marvel at Giuseppe San Martino's veiled Christ, a marble sculpture so lifelike that the transparent veil appears to be actual fabric draped over flesh. But the real mysteries lay deeper, in chambers the public never saw. Di Sangro's anatomical machines remain the chapel's most haunting secret. Two human figures, a man and woman, stand in glass cases in the crypt. Their entire circulatory and nervous systems are perfectly preserved in vivid detail. Every capillary, every nerve fiber visible as if injected with colored wax or metal. The preservation is so complete that individual blood vessels less than a millimeter wide remain intact after more than 2 centuries. Medical experts who examined the figures before the chapel's closure reported findings that defied explanation. The preservation technique appears to involve metallic substances shot through the bloodstream, but the method by which this was accomplished remains unknown. The figure's organs, muscles, and skeletal structures show no signs of decay or deterioration. One physician noted that the woman appeared to have been pregnant at the time of death, with fetal remains visible within her preserved reproductive system. Local records from the 1700s speak of Di Sangro's servants who disappeared without explanation. Whispers persist that the anatomical figures were once living subjects, though no definitive evidence supports these claims. What is certain is that Di Sangro possessed knowledge of preservation techniques that modern science cannot replicate. The prince's laboratory notes, discovered in the chapel's archives, describe experiments with human blood, metallic compounds, and substances he called philosophical mercury. His writings reference meetings with fellow alchemists and correspondence with figures across Europe who shared his interests in what they termed the Great Work. Beyond the anatomical mysteries, the chapel contains other artifacts that raise questions about Di Sangro's true pursuits. Hidden compartments built into the walls held manuscripts written in coded languages, some of which remain undeciphered. The codes appear to be variations of systems used by Masonic lodges and Hermetic societies of the period, but with additional layers of complexity that suggest Di Sangro developed his own cryptographic methods. The chapel's architecture itself seems designed to conceal as much as it reveals. Passageways connect to underground chambers that extend beneath neighboring buildings. These tunnels, sealed since the 1987 discovery, reportedly contain laboratory equipment and materials that have never been fully catalogued. Workers who entered the tunnels described finding distillation apparatus, surgical instruments, and containers holding unidentified substances. The Vatican's involvement in restricting access to the chapel raises its own questions. While the Church has historically been cautious about sites associated with alchemy and secret societies, the speed and thoroughness of the restrictions suggests something more specific motivated their response. Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, who oversaw the chapel's closure, refused all requests for interviews before his death in 2005. Documents from the Vatican's secret archives, made public in 2019, reference materials of concern found in the San Severo Chapel, but the specific nature of these materials remains classified. The documents indicate that a team of Vatican scientists examined the site in 1987 and recommended indefinite restricted access pending further theological review. The chapel's caretaker, an elderly man named Giuseppe Torretti, worked there for 43 years before the closure. In rare interviews, he described Di Sangro's study as containing books that seemed to watch you and instruments that hummed with their own energy. Torretti reported that certain rooms in the chapel remained inexplicably cold, even during Naples' sweltering summers. Contemporary accounts from Di Sangro's era describe visitors to the chapel who emerged visibly shaken by what they had witnessed. A letter from 1768, written by French philosopher Denis Diderot after visiting Naples, mentions experiments that challenge the very nature of life and death taking place at the San Severo Chapel. Diderot's letter, housed in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, describes Di Sangro as a man who has ventured into territories that perhaps should remain unexplored. The chapel's influence extended beyond its physical boundaries. Other noble families in Naples began conducting their own anatomical experiments, leading to a brief period historians call the Neapolitan Renaissance of natural philosophy. These experiments ended abruptly in 1775, when several prominent families suffered mysterious deaths, and the remaining practitioners destroyed their laboratories. Modern attempts to study the chapel have been consistently denied. In 2003,
a team from the University of Naples requested permission to examine the anatomical figures using non-invasive scanning technology. The request was denied by both Vatican authorities and the Italian Ministry of Culture. Similar requests from international research institutions have met the same fate. The chapel stands today as a monument to questions that remain unanswered. Its locked doors guard not just Di Sangro's anatomical achievements, but the deeper mystery of what knowledge he possessed and why authorities continue to keep that knowledge hidden. The preservation techniques he mastered, the codes he created, and the experiments he conducted represent a chapter of human inquiry that has been deliberately closed to modern understanding. In the labyrinthine streets of Naples, where ancient secrets lurk behind every ornate facade, the Cappella San Severo remains the most forbidden mystery of all. Its silent chambers hold answers to questions about the boundaries between life and death, questions that someone has decided we are not yet ready to ask.
The whispering walls of Miyake-jima, 500 miles south of Tokyo, an island breathes with sounds that shouldn't exist. Miyake-jima rises from the Pacific like a sleeping giant, its volcanic heart beating through layers of ancient rock. But visitors who venture close enough to listen discover something that defies explanation. The island whispers. Local fishermen first reported it decades ago. Standing near certain coastal cliffs, they could hear what sounded like conversations drifting from deep within the stone itself. Not wind through caverns or the settling of cooling lava, but something far more deliberate, something that seemed almost intentional. Dr. Kenji Nakamura, an acoustic specialist from Tokyo University, arrived in 1987 with recording equipment sensitive enough to detect a pin dropping 3 rooms away. What he captured changed his understanding of how sound travels through volcanic rock. The frequencies weren't random, they followed patterns, rising and falling in what almost resembled cadence, rhythm, even emotional inflection. The island has been trying to kill its inhabitants for centuries. Mount Oyama has erupted with devastating regularity, most recently in 2000, forcing the complete evacuation of all 4,000 residents. For 5 years, Miyake-jima sat empty except for scientists monitoring toxic gas levels and the occasional researcher brave enough to venture into its sulfur-choked atmosphere. During those silent years, something curious happened. The sounds grew stronger. Without human voices to mask them, the whispers became impossible to ignore. Emergency monitoring stations scattered across the island began picking up acoustic anomalies at frequencies that shouldn't propagate through volcanic rock. The patterns were consistent, recurring every few hours with slight variations that suggested adaptation. Marina Yoshida was part of the first civilian team allowed back in 2005. A sound engineer by training, she'd volunteered to help restore the island's communication systems. On her 3rd night, working alone in the abandoned radio station, she heard her name being called from somewhere deep underground. It wasn't the wind, she insisted years later, her voice still carrying traces of that initial bewilderment. Wind doesn't know your name. Wind doesn't pause, waiting for you to answer. The geological explanation should be straightforward. Miyake-jima sits atop a complex network of lava tubes, cooling chambers, and gas vents that honeycomb the island's interior. Sound waves could theoretically bounce through these passages, creating echoes that might, under certain atmospheric conditions, produce something resembling human speech. But the island's acoustic properties don't match this simple explanation. The whispers emerge from solid rock faces with no visible openings. They occur regardless of wind patterns, temperature changes, or atmospheric pressure. Most puzzling of all, they seem to respond to human presence, growing more distinct when people approach and fading when they retreat. Dr. Nakamura's team identified over 300 distinct sound patterns during their 5-year study. Computer analysis revealed linguistic structures that bore resemblance to ancient Japanese dialects, some so archaic that linguistic experts struggled to find modern equivalents. The recordings contained grammatical patterns from languages that hadn't been spoken for nearly 1,000 years. The island's history offers tantalizing clues. Long before Mount Oyama's recorded eruptions, Miyake-jima served as a place of exile for political prisoners and religious dissidents. Court records from the Heian period describe it as a place where words go to die, where the powerful sent those whose voices they wished to silence forever. Among the exiles was Sugawara no Michizane's lesser-known contemporary, a court poet named Fujiwara no Kiyomasa, whose critical verses about imperial policy earned him permanent banishment in 894 CE. His final poem, preserved in the archives of Kyoto's Ninnaji Temple, speaks of joining his voice to the island's eternal song, becoming part of something larger than individual expression. The whispers intensify during volcanic activity. In the weeks preceding small eruptions, residents report hearing what sounds like urgent warnings echoing from the mountainsides. The words are often unintelligible, but the tone carries unmistakable urgency. Some locals have learned to evacuate when the voices become particularly insistent, a practice that has saved lives during minor eruptions that caught official monitoring systems off guard. Recent advances in subterranean acoustic mapping have revealed something that challenges conventional understanding of the island's structure. Using ground-penetrating sonar, researchers discovered chambers within Mount Oyama that don't match any known volcanic formation. These spaces are too regularly shaped, too purposefully arranged to be natural lava tubes. They form a network that spans the entire island, with acoustic properties that could amplify and direct sound waves with remarkable precision. The chambers aren't empty. Sonar imaging reveals objects of uniform size and shape scattered throughout the underground network. The objects are approximately human-sized, arranged in patterns that suggest deliberate placement rather than random geological processes. Japanese authorities have classified these findings, citing concerns about archaeological preservation and volcanic safety. Local traditions speak of the island as a repository for lost words, a place where important messages wait to be understood. According to folklore passed down through generations of fishing families, the island remembers every conversation, every plea, every final statement made within its shores. The whispers aren't random sounds but compressed history. The accumulated voices of everyone who ever lived, died, or spoke their truth on Miyake-jima. Modern visitors equipped with sensitive recording equipment continue to capture new variations of the phenomenon. Digital analysis reveals that the whispers contain frequencies that correspond to specific emotional states: fear, longing, hope, resignation. The pattern suggests that the island isn't just producing random sounds but actively communicating complex emotional information. The most unsettling discovery came in 2019, when Dr. Nakamura's team identified whispers in languages that have never been documented in Japan. Linguistic analysis revealed structural similarities to ancient Mesopotamian dialects, Polynesian root languages, and even what appeared to be fragments of Linear A, the undeciphered script of ancient Crete. These findings suggest that Miyake-jima's acoustic anomalies might be connected to something far older and more widespread than local volcanic activity. The island may be part of a global network of locations where sound, memory, and geological forces intersect in ways that transcend our current understanding of physics and history. The whispers continue, patient and persistent, carrying their incomprehensible messages through layers of time and stone. Those who listen carefully often report feeling as though they're on the verge of understanding something profound, something that would change their perception of how human consciousness interacts with the natural world. On quiet nights, when the volcanic gases settle and the Pacific grows still, the island's voice emerges most clearly. Residents speak of feeling welcomed by the whispers, as though their own voices might someday join the eternal conversation flowing through Miyake-jima's hidden chambers. The island remembers, the island speaks, and somewhere in its whispered words lies a truth that waits for the right listener to finally understand. The Forbidden City's Imperial Secrets. Every year, 15 million visitors pass through the gates of Beijing's Forbidden City, their footsteps echoing across courtyards that once knew only the whispers of emperors. Yet for all those millions of cameras and guidebooks, 90% of this ancient palace complex remains locked away from public view. What lies beyond those roped-off corridors and sealed doorways tells a story far stranger than any tourist will ever hear. The Forbidden City wasn't just a palace. It was a universe unto itself, designed according to principles that merged earthly power with cosmic order. 524 years after its completion, archaeologists and historians continue to uncover chambers that don't appear on any official map, artifacts that challenge our understanding of Ming and Qing dynasty capabilities, and architectural mysteries that seem to defy the technology available to 15th century builders. In 2008, restoration work in the Hall of Mental Cultivation revealed something that made even experienced archaeologists pause. Behind what appeared to be a solid wall, workers discovered a hidden chamber containing documents written in a script that predated the known imperial records by centuries. These weren't simple administrative papers. They were detailed astronomical calculations, mathematical formulas, and what appeared to be engineering blueprints for structures that don't exist anywhere in the visible palace complex. Dr. Li Wei, who led the initial analysis, described finding copper tubes embedded in the palace walls that formed an intricate communication network, not decorative elements, but a functioning system that could carry voices across vast distances within the complex. The engineering required to create such a network would have demanded knowledge of acoustics that historians didn't believe existed in Imperial China. The most intriguing discovery came from the Qianlong Emperor's private study, a room closed to the public since 1924. When conservation specialists finally gained access, they found the walls covered in star charts that didn't match any known Chinese astronomical traditions. These weren't the familiar constellations of Chinese mythology. Instead, they depicted star patterns that wouldn't be visible from Beijing's latitude, suggesting knowledge of southern hemisphere astronomy that the imperial court supposedly never possessed. Even more puzzling were the precise measurements carved into the foundation stones beneath the Hall of Supreme Harmony. These inscriptions, worn smooth by centuries but still partially legible, revealed mathematical constants that European science wouldn't discover until the 17th century. The golden ratio, advanced geometric principles, and calculations that seemed to treat the Earth as a sphere with remarkably accurate dimensional measurements. Palace records speak of the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs, an imperial department that existed during the Qing dynasty, but whose actual function remains unclear. Official histories describe it as responsible for coordination of celestial observations and terrestrial harmonies. Modern researchers attempting to access the Bureau's archives find themselves directed to storage rooms that contain only empty shelves and cryptic inventory lists referring to objects of heaven and instruments of distant sight. The architecture itself poses questions that tour guides never address. The Forbidden City's layout matches astronomical alignments with precision that would have required surveying instruments more sophisticated than anything found in Chinese historical records. The positioning of major halls creates sightlines that connect to specific stars at particular times of year, turning the entire complex into a massive celestial calendar. Workers renovating the Palace of Earthly Tranquility in 2011 discovered a series of mirrors embedded in the walls at precise angles. When sunlight hits these mirrors during certain times of day, they project symbols onto the floor that don't appear in any known Chinese writing system. The symbols change with the seasons, suggesting knowledge of solar mechanics that historians are still trying to understand. Perhaps most mysterious are the underground passages. Official palace tours mention tunnels used for servants and supplies, but ground-penetrating radar reveals a network of passages that extends far beyond the palace walls. These tunnels connect to chambers carved from bedrock, rooms that appear to have been constructed before the palace itself was built. Chinese authorities have made these areas strictly off-limits to both tourists and researchers. The Imperial Library presents its own enigma. While much of the collection was moved or destroyed during various political upheavals, certain texts remained sealed in temperature-controlled chambers. These surviving documents include maps of regions that Chinese expeditions supposedly never reached, detailed descriptions of technologies that wouldn't be invented for centuries, and accounts of diplomatic correspondence with civilizations that don't appear in any other historical record. In 2015, a team of international archaeologists was granted limited access to study the palace's building materials. They discovered that the massive stones used in the foundation contained mineral compositions that don't match any known Chinese quarries. The nearest source for such materials would have been thousands of miles away, across regions that 15th century Chinese engineering couldn't have traversed with stones of such size and weight. The Dragon Throne itself holds secrets that few visitors ever learn. The chair isn't simply ornate furniture, but a precisely engineered acoustic device. When someone sits in the throne and speaks, their voice carries to specific points throughout the hall, while remaining inaudible in other areas. The wooden construction creates resonance patterns that amplify certain frequencies while dampening others, effectively creating zones of perfect listening within the court. Recent electromagnetic surveys of the palace complex have detected metallic objects buried beneath the courtyards in patterns that suggest some kind of grid system. These buried elements appear to be made of materials that don't corrode, remaining detectable after centuries underground. Their purpose remains unknown, but their systematic placement suggests they were part of some larger design. The Forbidden City's most closely guarded secret might be its connection to other ancient sites. Researchers have noted that the palace's geometric layout mirrors patterns found in architecture thousands of miles away, from structures built by civilizations that supposedly had no contact with imperial China. These similarities extend beyond mere stylistic preference to include mathematical relationships and astronomical alignments that suggest shared knowledge of principles that mainstream history claims these cultures developed independently. Today, as conservation efforts continue to reveal new mysteries, the Forbidden City stands as a reminder that even the most famous places on Earth keep their deepest secrets locked away. Behind every rope barrier and sealed door, centuries of hidden knowledge wait in chambers that few living people have ever seen. The Hidden Vault of Rennes-le-Château. In 1885, a young priest named Berenguer Saunière arrived in the crumbling village of Rennes-le-Château, perched on a windswept hilltop in the Languedoc region of southern France. Within a decade, this humble clergyman would transform from a man of modest means into someone capable of commissioning elaborate renovations, exotic gardens, and a personal library that rivaled those of wealthy aristocrats. The source of his newfound wealth remains one of France's most enduring mysteries. The official story suggests Saunière discovered ancient parchments while restoring his church's altar pillar in 1891. These documents, written in Latin and containing what appeared to be genealogical records, allegedly led him to a treasure that would fund his extravagant lifestyle until his death in 1917. But the deeper you examine the evidence, the more questions emerge about what truly lies beneath this remote village. Saunière's church, dedicated to Mary Magdalene, became the centerpiece of his mysterious transformation. The priest spent enormous sums decorating the interior with unusual symbolism that departed dramatically from traditional Catholic iconography. Above the entrance, he placed an inscription that translates to, "This place is terrible," a biblical reference that seems oddly foreboding for a house of worship. Inside, visitors encounter a devil figure supporting the holy water font, stations of the cross that deviate from conventional depictions, and a statue of Mary Magdalene that holds a position of unusual prominence. The renovations extended far beyond the church itself. Saunière constructed a tower he called Tour Magdala, ostensibly as a library, but positioned it at the edge of a cliff with commanding views of the surrounding valleys. He created elaborate gardens, built a comfortable villa, and maintained a lifestyle that included fine wines, exotic foods, and frequent trips to Paris. Parish records suggest his annual salary was equivalent to what a common laborer might earn in a month. Yet his expenditures indicated access to wealth that dwarfed the resources of many French nobility. Contemporary accounts describe strange nocturnal activities around the church and cemetery. Locals reported seeing Saunière working alone in the graveyard after dark, apparently moving stones and digging near certain graves. Some witnessed him collecting bags of stones from the countryside, while others observed unusual visitors arriving at odd hours. The priest maintained extensive correspondence with individuals across Europe, including several mysterious women who seemed to provide financial support for reasons that were never made clear. The most intriguing aspect of Saunière's story involves the persistent claims about a hidden vault beneath the church or somewhere within the village itself. According to local tradition, this underground chamber contains not just gold and precious objects, but documents that could reshape our understanding of early Christianity and European history. Some researchers believe the vault holds genealogical records proving that Mary Magdalene bore children with Jesus, creating a bloodline that survived into medieval times. Others suggest it contains evidence of the true fate of the Cathars, a Christian sect that was brutally suppressed in this region during the 13th century. The Cathar connection adds another layer of complexity to the mystery. The Languedoc region was the heart of Cathar territory, and Rennes-le-Château sits near several important Cathar strongholds. When the Catholic Church launched the Albigensian Crusade to eliminate the Cathars, enormous wealth reportedly disappeared along with the fleeing heretics. Historical records indicate that Cathar treasures were spirited away from the fortress of Montségur just before its fall in 1244, but the destination of these riches was never determined. Modern investigations have revealed that the area around Rennes-le-Château contains an extensive network of natural caves and human-made tunnels. Ground-penetrating radar has identified several underground chambers, but access to these spaces has been restricted by property owners and local authorities. The few explorers who have gained entry to portions of the tunnel system report finding carved symbols, worked stone surfaces, and evidence of deliberate construction that predates Saunier's time by centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests the hilltop has been continuously occupied since Roman times, when it was known as Riddle and served as an important administrative center. The location's strategic position along ancient trade routes made it a natural gathering point for merchants, pilgrims, and travelers. Some historians argue that the area's religious significance extends back to pre-Christian times, when it may have been associated with goddess worship and fertility rituals. The mystery deepened significantly after Saunier's death, when his housekeeper Marie Denarnaud inherited his property and continued to live there for another 40 years. Neighbors reported that she occasionally paid for goods with gold coins of unknown origin, and she maintained the priest's secretive habits regarding visitors and nighttime activities. On her deathbed in 1953, Marie reportedly told her caretaker that the people of Rennes-le-Château walked on gold without knowing it, and that the secret she carried would make the inheritor rich and powerful beyond measure. However, she suffered a stroke before she could reveal the location of whatever treasure she guarded. Recent research has uncovered financial records suggesting that Saunier's wealth may have come from trafficking in masses, a practice where priests would accept payment for saying masses for the dead without actually performing the services. While this would explain his income, it doesn't account for the sophisticated knowledge of history and symbolism evident in his church decorations, nor does it explain the continued secrecy surrounding the site. The French government has taken an unusual level of interest in Rennes-le-Château, restricting archaeological excavations and limiting access to certain areas around the village. Official explanations cite concerns about structural integrity and historical preservation, but critics argue that the restrictions seem designed to prevent discovery rather than protect existing monuments. Whatever truth lies beneath Rennes-le-Château, the site continues to attract researchers, treasure hunters, and mystery enthusiasts from around the world. The hidden vault, if it exists, remains sealed away from public view, guarding secrets that have survived over a century of investigation. In the quiet moments before dawn, when mist clings to the hillsides and the ancient stones seem to whisper of forgotten times, the mystery of Saunier's treasure feels as alive and immediate as it did when that young priest first arrived in this remote corner of France. Mount Shasta's lost Lemurian lore. For over a century, residents of Mount Shasta have reported encounters that defy conventional explanation. Tall figures in flowing robes appearing at dawn on forest trails, sounds of ancient music drifting from caves that official surveys claim don't exist, lights moving beneath the mountain's surface in patterns too deliberate to be natural phenomena. The 179-foot volcanic peak in Northern California has become synonymous with one of the most persistent lost civilization theories in North America. According to believers, Mount Shasta conceals the last remnants of Lemuria, a continent that supposedly vanished beneath the Pacific Ocean millennia ago. The mountain, they claim, serves as refuge for survivors of this ancient race who continue to live in vast underground cities, occasionally emerging to observe our modern world. The Lemurian legend at Mount Shasta traces back to Frederick Spencer Oliver, a teenager who in 1884 claimed to receive visions while living near the mountain. Oliver described an advanced civilization called Atlantis, but his work was later interpreted by others as referring to Lemuria. His book, A Dweller on Two Planets, contained detailed descriptions of technology that wouldn't be invented for decades, including powered flight and atomic energy. What makes Mount Shasta particularly intriguing to researchers isn't just the folklore, but the mountain's genuine geological mysteries. The peak displays unusual electromagnetic properties that interfere with compass readings and electronic equipment, Hikers regularly report their devices malfunctioning in specific areas, particularly near what locals call the forbidden zones, where the Forest Service restricts access. Dr. Margaret Whitfield, a geologist from UC Davis, spent 3 years studying Mount Shasta's anomalous readings. Her unpublished research notes, obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request, reveal electromagnetic signatures that she describes as inconsistent with known volcanic activity. The mountain's magnetic field shows variations that, according to her calculations, suggest large metallic structures beneath the surface. The Lemurian encounters follow remarkably consistent patterns. Witnesses describe beings approximately 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs, and an ethereal quality to their appearance. They wear white or light-colored robes and communicate telepathically, rather than verbally. Most encounters occur during dawn or dusk hours, typically in the area between Horse Camp and Panther Meadows. Sarah Williams, a park ranger who worked Mount Shasta for 15 years before retiring in 2019, documented over 200 first-hand accounts from visitors. Her private records, shared with researchers after her retirement, reveal a pattern of experiences that she initially dismissed as imagination or altitude effects. However, Williams herself had an encounter in 2016 that changed her perspective entirely. She was conducting a routine trail inspection near Panther Meadows when she noticed unusual silence in the forest. The normal sounds of wildlife had completely ceased. As she rounded a bend, she saw a figure standing approximately 50 feet away. The being appeared human, but possessed an otherworldly quality she struggled to describe. It observed her for what felt like several minutes before simply dissolving into the morning mist. Williams' official report made no mention of the encounter, but her personal notes described feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and ancient wisdom emanating from the figure. She returned to the location multiple times, but never experienced another sighting. The underground city theory gained credibility when a 1930s mining survey discovered extensive cave systems beneath Mount Shasta that couldn't be fully mapped. The survey team reported finding worked stone passages that appeared artificial rather than natural formations. However, the complete survey results were classified by the National Forest Service and remain unavailable to researchers. Local Native American tribes, particularly the Wintu people, have their own ancient traditions about Mount Shasta that predate the Lemurian theories by centuries. They speak of the mountain as a sacred site inhabited by powerful spirits who occasionally interact with humans. Elder Patricia Bearcloud, interviewed in 2018, described tribal stories of the Tall Ones who lived within the mountain and possessed knowledge of healing and prophecy. The parallels between tribal traditions and modern Lemurian accounts are striking. Both describe beings of unusual height who live underground, possess advanced knowledge, and appear to humans during specific circumstances. The Wintu traditions also mention areas of the mountain where compasses fail and animals refuse to venture. Mount Shasta's restricted areas add another layer to the mystery. The Forest Service maintains several zones where public access is prohibited, officially due to unstable volcanic conditions. However, geological surveys indicate these areas show no greater instability than accessible portions of the mountain. When questioned about the specific dangers, Forest Service officials provide vague responses about ongoing research and sensitive environmental conditions. Independent researchers have attempted to access these restricted zones through legal channels, but their permits are consistently denied. Dr. James Morrison, an anthropologist from Stanford, spent 4 years trying to obtain permission to conduct archaeological surveys in the prohibited areas. His applications were rejected without detailed explanations, and his attempts to appeal through academic channels were unsuccessful. The mountain's connection to lost civilizations extends beyond Lemuria. Some researchers point to similarities between Mount Shasta accounts and descriptions of Shambhala, the mythical hidden kingdom of Tibetan Buddhism. Others draw parallels to the Hollow Earth theories that describe advanced underground civilizations worldwide. Weather patterns around Mount Shasta contribute to its mysterious reputation. The mountain creates its own microclimate, producing unusual cloud formations and atmospheric effects that can create optical illusions. However, meteorologists acknowledge that some phenomena observed at Mount Shasta don't align with standard weather patterns. The lenticular clouds that frequently form over the peak have been photographed displaying geometric patterns that appear almost artificial. These formations occur with unusual frequency and often maintain their shapes for extended periods, contrary to typical cloud behavior. Modern technology has added new dimensions to Mount Shasta investigations. Thermal imaging reveals unexplained heat signatures in several locations, particularly in areas corresponding to reported Lemurian sightings. Ground-penetrating radar has detected large cavities beneath the mountain that don't appear on official geological surveys. The mountain continues to attract thousands of visitors annually, many hoping for their own encounters with the mysterious inhabitants. Most leave disappointed, but a persistent few report experiences that challenge conventional understanding. Whether these encounters represent contact with survivors of an ancient civilization, interactions with interdimensional beings, or elaborate psychological phenomena remains an open question. The legends of Mount Shasta endure because they touch something deeper than simple curiosity about lost civilizations. They represent humanity's persistent hope that ancient wisdom still exists, hidden and waiting to be rediscovered in the wild places of our world. The puzzling Playfair cipher. In 1854, a British scientist named Charles Wheatstone presented what he called an unbreakable cipher to the War Office. The officials who examined it were skeptical. Codes had been broken before, empires had fallen because of intercepted messages, and the idea of truly secure communication seemed almost too good to be true. Yet Wheatstone's cipher, later known as the Playfair cipher, would go on to protect some of the most sensitive military communications for nearly a century. What makes this story particularly intriguing isn't just the cipher itself, but the messages it protected that remain locked away to this day. In archives across the world, there are documents encrypted with Playfair variations that have never been decoded. Some contain routine military dispatches. Others might hold secrets that governments would prefer to keep buried. The cipher's elegance lay in its simplicity. Unlike the complex mechanical encryption devices that would follow, Playfair required only a keyword and a 5x5 grid of letters. Two people could memorize the system entirely, leaving no physical evidence of how their messages were encoded. During World War I, British forces used it extensively in the trenches, confident that even if their messages were intercepted, the contents would remain secure. They were mostly right. The cipher held up remarkably well against the cryptanalysis techniques of its era. German intelligence services captured thousands of encrypted British communications, but could break only a fraction of them. The Playfair system's resistance to frequency analysis, the primary code-breaking method of the time, made it nearly impenetrable without the specific keyword. But here's where the story takes on deeper shadows. In 1915, a British intelligence officer named Captain Mansfield Smith Cumming began experimenting with modified versions of the Playfair cipher. Smith Cumming, who would later become the first head of MI6, was fascinated by the possibility of creating unbreakable codes for the most sensitive operations. His personal archives, sealed until 1985, revealed that he had developed at least 12 variations of the standard Playfair system. The modifications were subtle, but significant. Some used multiple keywords that changed according to predetermined patterns. Others incorporated null characters to mask the true length of messages. Several versions used keywords derived from obscure literary works, chosen specifically because they would be nearly impossible to guess even by people who knew the sender personally. Smith Cumming's most interesting innovation was what he called the cascade method. Instead of using a single 5x5 grid, operators would use a series of grids, switching between them according to a complex pattern. The effect was to create a cipher that was exponentially more difficult to break than the standard version. Even today, with modern computational power, some of these cascade messages remain unsolved. The implications of this are worth considering. If messages from 1915 can still resist decryption, what secrets might they contain? Smith Cumming's operations during World War I were among the most sensitive of the conflict. His agents worked behind enemy lines, gathered intelligence on German military capabilities, and coordinated with resistance movements across occupied Europe. Some of his encrypted messages dealt with matters so classified that even their general subject matter remains unknown. One particular set of documents has puzzled historians for decades. Found in a safe deposit box in Switzerland in 1963, these papers contain 47 messages encrypted with what appears to be a modified Playfair system. The messages are dated between March and November 1918, and they're all addressed to someone identified only as Meridian. Multiple intelligence agencies have attempted to decode these messages. None have succeeded. The frustrating thing is that we know these messages are important. They were found alongside documents that reveal the existence of a previously unknown intelligence network operating in Central Europe during the final months of World War I. Standard historical records make no mention of this network, yet the unencrypted documents suggest it was involved in operations that may have influenced the war's outcome. What makes the Playfair cipher particularly maddening for modern cryptographers is that it's not complex enough to warrant the computational brute force methods used against more sophisticated codes. The cipher's security depends entirely on the keyword, and with enough time and processing power, any Playfair message can theoretically be broken. The fact that some remain unsolved suggests either that the keywords are far more obscure than anyone has imagined, or that the modifications made to the basic system are more sophisticated than they appear. Consider the psychological dimension of this puzzle. The people who created these unbreakable messages chose their keywords with the specific intention of making them impossible to guess. They understood that their secrets might need to remain hidden, not just from their immediate enemies, but from future generations. What kind of information requires that level of perpetual secrecy? Some researchers have theorized that the unsolved Playfair messages contain evidence of intelligence operations that continued after the official end of World War I. The dates on the Swiss documents extend well into the period when the armistice was being negotiated, suggesting that certain elements within the intelligence community were planning for scenarios that never came to pass, or perhaps for scenarios that did come to pass, but were never recorded in official histories. The cipher's legacy extends far beyond its military applications. During the 1920s and 1930s, modified versions of the Playfair system were used by diplomatic services, international businesses, and even private individuals who needed to communicate sensitive information across long distances. Many of these messages have also proven resistant to decryption, creating a scattered archive of locked secrets spanning decades. What's particularly haunting about the Playfair mystery is how it represents a kind of perfect historical silence. Unlike destroyed documents or lost archives, these messages still exist. They're sitting in filing cabinets and computer databases, tantalizing close to revelation, but just beyond reach. The secrets they contain are separated from us by nothing more than a keyword, a single piece of information that died with its creators nearly a century ago. The cipher reminds us that history is not just what we know, but what we can never know. Somewhere in those encrypted lines lie the thoughts, plans, and fears of people who believed their words would remain forever hidden. In their success, they've created one of the most enduring mysteries of the modern age. The Ghost Cave of Ichigaya. 3 military officers disappeared in a cave beneath Tokyo in 1943, and their voices have been heard echoing through the tunnels ever since. The Ghost Cave of Ichigaya holds secrets that the Japanese government has tried to keep buried for over 8 decades, but the dead, it seems, refuse to stay silent. Deep beneath the bustling streets of Tokyo's Ichigaya district lies a network of tunnels that most residents never knew existed. These aren't modern subway passages or utility corridors. They're ancient, carved from living rock centuries ago, their purpose lost to time. But during World War II, the Imperial Japanese Army discovered something in these depths that changed everything. The cave system stretches for miles beneath the city, its limestone corridors worn smooth by underground streams that disappeared long before Tokyo became a metropolis. Local records from the Edo period mention the tunnels only in whispers, describing them as places where the boundary between our world and the spirit realm grows thin. The samurai who once ruled this land avoided these depths, claiming they could hear voices of the dead calling from the darkness. In 1943, as Allied forces pressed closer to Japan, the military began using these tunnels as storage facilities and potential air raid shelters. That's when Lieutenant Colonel Kenji Nakamura and 2 of his subordinates, Captain Hiroshi Tanaka and Sergeant Masao Yamamoto, volunteered to map the deepest sections of the cave system. They descended on a cold February morning, equipped with lanterns, rope, and surveying equipment. None of them ever returned to the surface. The initial search parties found their equipment scattered throughout the tunnels, but no bodies. More disturbing were the reports from the searchers themselves. they claim to hear voices calling in perfect military Japanese, crisp commands echoing from chambers that appeared empty. The sounds seemed to come from the walls themselves, as if the rock had somehow absorbed the final words of the missing men. Dr. Akira Yoshida, a geologist who studied the cave system in the 1960s, documented acoustic anomalies that defied conventional explanation. Sound travels strangely through these particular limestone formations, he noted, but the voices recorded by his equipment spoke in dialects and military terminology from the 1940s. The recordings, stored in the archives of Tokyo University, capture conversations between the three missing officers discussing their situation, conversations that appear to be happening in real time, decades after their disappearance. The Japanese self-defense forces sealed the cave entrances in 1954, citing structural instability, but former employees of the metropolitan government reveal a different story. They speak of continued reports from utility workers and construction crews who occasionally break through into the tunnel system. These workers describe the same phenomena, voices in the darkness, speaking in the formal Japanese of the wartime era, always asking for directions to the surface. What makes the ghost cave of Ichigaya particularly unsettling is the consistency of the encounters. Unlike typical ghost stories that vary with each telling, the voices in these tunnels always repeat the same phrases. Report to command. Lieutenant Colonel Nakamura's voice supposedly calls out. The passage continues east. Captain Tanaka's voice responds. Sir, my lantern is failing, comes Sergeant Yamamoto's reply. The same conversation, playing on an endless loop through the stone corridors. Paranormal investigators who managed to access the tunnels before the military sealing reported electromagnetic anomalies throughout the cave system. Compasses spin wildly, radio equipment fails, and temperature readings fluctuate by 20 degrees within minutes. Dr. Emiko Sato, a physicist who studied the phenomenon in the early 1980s, theorized that the limestone formations might be creating a natural recording effect, somehow preserving the electromagnetic imprints of the missing officers' final hours. But the voices aren't the only mystery. Construction workers who've accidentally broken into the tunnel system report finding military equipment that shouldn't exist, lanterns still burning with flames that give off no heat, maps drawn on paper that crumbles at the slightest touch, and surveying equipment that appears to be actively in use, with measurements being continuously recorded on charts that reset themselves each dawn. The most disturbing aspect of the ghost cave phenomenon is how it seems to be expanding. In the 1940s, the voices were confined to the deepest sections of the cave. By the 1960s, they were being heard throughout the entire tunnel system. Now, residents of the buildings above report hearing muffled military commands rising from their basements, as if the voices are slowly working their way toward the surface. Local Buddhist monks who were consulted about the phenomenon suggest that the three officers became lost not just in the physical maze of tunnels, but in a spiritual limbo. They believe the men's dedication to their mission was so complete that their spirits continue to carry out their orders, trapped in an eternal loop of duty. The monks have performed countless purification rituals, but the voices persist, seemingly immune to spiritual intervention. The Japanese government maintains that the cave system is simply unstable and dangerous, but Freedom of Information requests have revealed interesting details. Emergency response teams are equipped with specialized equipment when dealing with incidents in the Ichigaya district. They carry sound dampening gear, electromagnetic field detectors, and protocols for dealing with what official documents euphemistically call temporal audio anomalies. Recent urban development in the area has been carefully planned to avoid the cave system entirely. Building permits include specific restrictions about foundation depth, and construction crews are briefed on procedures should they encounter historical artifacts underground. The security measures seem excessive for protecting a few old tunnels, unless those responsible know something they're not willing to share. The ghost cave of Ichigaya represents something more than a typical haunting. It's a place where duty and death have become indistinguishable, where three men's final mission continues 70 years after their disappearance. Whether their voices represent actual spirits, some unknown recording phenomenon, or something else entirely, they serve as a reminder that some mysteries refuse to be buried, no matter how deep underground they lie. In the depths beneath Tokyo, three officers continue their eternal patrol, their voices echoing through stone corridors that few living souls will ever walk again. The forbidden Mount Athos. For over 1,000 years, the Greek Orthodox Church has maintained one of the world's most rigid access restrictions, barring half of humanity from setting foot on a peninsula that houses some of Christianity's deepest mysteries. Mount Athos stands as the last place on Earth where a medieval law still governs who may enter and who must forever remain outside its boundaries. The prohibition isn't merely administrative, it's absolute. No woman has legally crossed into this sacred territory since 1060 AD, when a Byzantine decree sealed the peninsula from all feminine presence. Even female animals are forbidden. The goats that graze these hillsides are exclusively male. The cats that wander the monastery courtyards have been carefully selected. This isn't tradition, it's transformation of an entire landscape into something that exists outside normal human experience. 20 monasteries cling to the rocky slopes of this finger of land that juts into the Aegean Sea. Each one holds libraries that predate the printing press, icon collections that survived the Byzantine Empire's collapse, and manuscripts that chronicle events the outside world has forgotten. The monks who tend these treasures have dedicated their lives to preserving what they call the unchanged faith. But what exactly are they preserving? And why does that preservation require such complete separation from half of humanity? The restrictions extend beyond gender. Even men must obtain special permits, limited to just 10 non-Orthodox visitors per day. The application process can take months. References must be provided. Intentions must be declared. The monks review each request personally, and their rejections come without explanation. Those who gain entry discover a world that operates by different rules entirely. Brother Maximos, an American monk who has lived on Mount Athos for 37 years, describes experiences that challenge conventional understanding of time and space. He speaks of prayers that extend for hours without the participants feeling fatigue, of icons that appear to shift and change when viewed during certain liturgical seasons, of manuscripts that reveal different content when read under specific conditions. His accounts aren't mystical speculation, they're daily observations from someone who has spent decades documenting the unusual phenomena that occur within these boundaries. The libraries themselves present puzzles that scholars have debated for centuries. The Great Lavra Monastery houses over 20,000 manuscripts, many of them unique copies of texts that exist nowhere else on Earth. Among these are alternative versions of biblical passages, chronicles of saints whose stories differ significantly from official church histories, and theological treatises that explore concepts considered too dangerous for general circulation. The monks who serve as librarians must take additional vows of silence regarding specific texts. What knowledge requires such protection? Dr. Elena Bortzi, a Byzantine historian who has spent 15 years petitioning for research access, has identified at least 40 manuscripts that could fundamentally alter our understanding of early Christian development. Her applications have been consistently denied, not on the grounds of scholarship, but because of her gender. The irony is profound. Some of the most important texts about women saints and female Christian leaders remain locked away from female researchers. Through male colleagues, she has learned that these documents contain accounts of women who held positions of authority in the early church that contradict centuries of established doctrine. The physical isolation of Mount Athos has created conditions that preserve more than just books and artifacts. The monks follow liturgical practices that date back to the 6th century, maintaining forms of worship that disappeared everywhere else during the various church reforms and schisms. They use a different calendar system, operating 13 days behind the rest of the world. Time itself moves differently here, creating a chronological island where the past remains present. The peninsula's natural environment has evolved in unusual ways due to human intervention. With no hunting permitted and no female animals to disrupt breeding patterns, wildlife populations have developed characteristics not found elsewhere in Greece. The forests contain tree species that geneticists believe may be isolated variants of plants that grew throughout the Mediterranean before human agriculture transformed the landscape. The monks have maintained detailed records of these natural phenomena for centuries, creating an ecological diary that documents environmental changes across nearly a millennium. Perhaps most intriguingly, Mount Athos operates under its own legal system, recognized by both the Greek state and the European Union as an autonomous region with special privileges. The monasteries collect their own taxes, issue their own visas, and maintain their own police force. This isn't ceremonial autonomy, it's functional independence that allows the preservation of practices and knowledge that would be impossible under conventional government oversight. The question that haunts researchers is not just what Mount Athos preserves, but why that preservation requires such complete isolation. The monks themselves offer explanations rooted in theological necessity. They speak of maintaining prayer traditions that require specific spiritual conditions, of protecting manuscripts that contain knowledge too powerful for casual study, of preserving a way of life that serves as a bridge between the human and divine realms. But the restrictions suggest something deeper than religious devotion. They point to secrets that transcend denomination, to knowledge that has been judged too dangerous for general access. The papal archives in Rome, the hidden chambers beneath the Temple Mount, the sealed sections of the Library of Congress, all maintain similar barriers between certain information and public knowledge. Mount Athos represents perhaps the most complete example of institutional secrecy, where an entire landscape has been transformed into a vault for the preservation of the unknown. The monks who guard these mysteries live their entire adult lives within this enclosed world. They enter as young men and remain until death, never again experiencing the company of women, never returning to the world beyond these boundaries. Their sacrifice suggests that what they protect holds value beyond conventional measurement. In their isolation, they maintain connection to something the rest of humanity has lost access to, or perhaps something from which the rest of humanity has been protected. The forbidden nature of Mount Athos ensures that its deepest secrets remain exactly that, secret. In a world where almost every location can be visited, photographed, and documented, this peninsula endures as a place where mystery is not just preserved but actively maintained. The knowledge held within its boundaries waits in the silence between prayers, in the shadows of candlelit libraries, in the whispered conversations of men who have chosen exile from the everyday world to guard what they believe cannot be lost. Forbidden Fortress of Poveglia, a small patch of earth sits in the Venetian lagoon, barely visible from the mainland, yet Italian authorities have sealed it away from public access with an intensity that suggests far more than historical preservation. Poveglia Island spans just 17 acres, but within its boundaries lie the compressed remains of over 160,000 human souls. The island's transformation into a place of unimaginable suffering began in 1348, when the Black Death swept across Europe like a merciless tide. Venice, desperate to contain the plague's spread, designated this remote outcrop as a quarantine station. What followed was a systematic process of human disposal that would span centuries and fundamentally alter the island's very composition. Ships arrived daily, loaded with the dying and the dead. Families were torn apart on the docks as loved ones were ferried to what became known as the Island of No Return. The healthy were separated from the infected, though this distinction proved largely meaningless. Within days, most would join the endless procession to the burning pits. The disposal process was methodical. Bodies were layered in massive pyres, alternating between corpses and wood, then set ablaze. The fires burned continuously for over 400 years, creating a heat so intense that the ash mixed with human remains formed a new type of soil. Modern soil analysis reveals that 50% of Poveglia's earth consists of human ash. When it rains, fragments of bone still surface from the ground, but the island's darkest chapter was yet to come. In 1922, a mental hospital was constructed on this foundation of death. The choice of location was deliberate. Authorities believed the isolation would prevent patients from escaping or disturbing the mainland population. What they created instead was a laboratory of human experimentation, overseen by a doctor whose name has been deliberately obscured from official records. This unnamed physician conducted procedures that defied medical ethics, even by the standards of the early 20th century. Lobotomies were performed without anesthesia, using crude instruments including hammers and chisels. Patients reported hearing voices calling from beneath the hospital floors, which staff dismissed as symptoms of mental illness. Yet even the orderlies began to experience auditory phenomena, whispers in languages that predated modern Italian, sounds that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The hospital's bell tower became the site of the most disturbing discoveries. Patients were frequently taken to the tower's upper levels, ostensibly for treatment, but records show that many never returned. Local fishermen reported seeing figures falling from the tower windows, though official documentation claims these were suicides. The bell in the tower rang at irregular intervals, despite having no mechanism for automatic operation and no staff assigned to ring it. In 1968, the hospital was abruptly closed. The official reason cited administrative restructuring, but leaked documents from the Italian Health Ministry suggest a different cause. An inspection team had discovered rooms filled with surgical instruments covered in what appeared to be decades-old blood, and walls marked with scratches that formed disturbing patterns. Most unsettling were the detailed journals left behind by the unnamed doctor, describing procedures that seemed designed not to heal, but to explore the boundaries between life and death. The Italian government immediately classified the island as off-limits. No official reason was provided, and requests for access from researchers, historians, and journalists have been uniformly denied. The few individuals who have attempted unauthorized visits report experiences that defy rational explanation. In 2014, a team of archaeologists from the University of Bologna received permission to conduct a preliminary survey. Their expedition lasted less than 6 hours. Upon returning to the mainland, the team leader, Dr. Elena Marchetti, submitted a report so disturbing that it was immediately classified. She later left her position at the university and has refused all attempts at interviews. Her final statement on the matter was cryptic. Some places remember everything that happened within their boundaries. Poveglia remembers too much. The island's physical isolation has been reinforced by technological barriers. Coast Guard patrols regularly circle the waters, and satellite imagery shows unusual electromagnetic readings emanating from the island's center. These readings have no known source. The hospital was demolished in 1975, and no electrical infrastructure remains on the island. Local fishermen avoid the waters around Poveglia, claiming their nets bring up fragments of bone and corroded metal when they venture too close. More disturbing are the reports of equipment malfunctions. Boat engines fail without explanation when approaching the island, and radio communications become filled with static that some describe as sounding like distant voices. The Vatican's involvement in maintaining Poveglia's isolation has never been officially acknowledged, but church records show that multiple blessing ceremonies were performed on the island between 1968 and 1975. These were not standard consecrations, but rather rituals designed for what Catholic documentation terms spiritual containment. The specific nature of these ceremonies remains classified within the Vatican's secret archives. Recent satellite imagery reveals new structures on the island, small buildings that appear to be monitoring stations. The Italian government has not acknowledged their construction, and their purpose remains unknown. Nighttime thermal imaging shows heat signatures moving across the island, despite its supposed abandonment. The few residents of nearby Lido who remember the island's active period speak of phenomena that extended beyond Poveglia's shores. During the hospital's final years, they reported unusual dreams that seemed to originate from the island's direction. Children would wake speaking words in languages they had never learned, and adults experienced shared nightmares featuring the island's bell tower. Today, Poveglia remains completely forbidden to civilian access. The official position is that the island poses environmental hazards due to its contaminated soil, but this explanation fails to account for the extensive security measures and the government's absolute refusal to allow any independent verification. The island sits in the Venetian Lagoon, a small patch of Earth that has absorbed more human suffering than perhaps any other location on Earth. Its soil, composed half of human ash, continues to yield fragments of bone with each rainfall. Whatever secrets lie within its boundaries, the Italian government has determined that they must remain undisturbed. The bell tower, though no longer containing its bell, still stands as a stark reminder of events that defy comfortable